Ammianus Marcellinus described the Huns as a people scarcely mentioned in earlier records, dwelling beyond the Maeotian marshes near the frozen ocean, surpassing all others in savagery. He made no attempt to trace them back to the distant interior of Asia, nor did he connect them with the barbarian peoples known to classical writers. In fact, their name was so unfamiliar that he could only state that they first appeared to history in the lands north or northeast of the Sea of Azov, living close to the northern seas. He did not even attempt to guess why they had left this homeland. Where Ammianus had refrained from speculation, Eunapius did not. A tale explaining the arrival of the Huns quickly spread through Byzantine historical literature and was repeated for centuries by writers such as Sozomen, Zosimus, Priscus, Jordanes, Procopius, Agathias, and later chroniclers like Simeon the Logothete, Cydranus, and Nicephorus Callistus in the 14th century. According to this story, the Goths and the Huns lived side by side, separated by the Straits of Kerch, without even knowing of each other's existence. Each believed there was no land beyond the horizon. Then, by chance, a heifer belonging to the Huns was stung by a gadfly and fled across the marshy waters. Its herdsmen followed, discovered habitable land, and returned with the news. In another version, hunters pursuing a stag crossed the straits, found fertile country, and brought word back to their people. Whether driven by a cow or a deer, the Huns eventually crossed in force and fell upon the Gothic settlements of Crimea. The tale, however, was no genuine tradition, but rather a literary invention. Eunapius himself admitted that no one could give a clear account of the Huns' true origins or of the land from which they came when they began their conquest of Europe. He first relied on the old stories, which in fact meant poetry rather than history. And here he adapted the myth of Io as told by Aeschylus, who had crossed the same strait pursued by a gadfly. Later, Eunapius revised his opinion when actual reports about the Huns reached him. The popularity of the tale, however, ensured its survival for centuries, even though it shed no real light on the attack on Crimea. At most, it reveals that, in the early 5th century, no one actually knew how the Huns had first come into conflict with the Ostrogoths. In his efforts to satisfy curiosity, Eunapius also tried to link the Huns with various peoples mentioned by earlier authors. Zosimus reports that he suggested they might be the royal Scythians or the snub-nosed men from Herodotus, or else that they had originated somewhere in Asia before crossing into Europe. Philostorgius adds another theory, identifying them with the Nebroi, a mythical tribe said to live on the fringes of Scythia. In this way, Eunapius offered at least 4 different explanations, 3 of them drawn from Herodotus. He may not have solved the problem of their origins, but he certainly provided his readers with a range of possibilities, enough to satisfy all but the most skeptical. Although Eunapius and those who followed him shaped much of later thought on the Huns, other interpretations were not absent. Orosius, for example, placed them near the Caucasus and claimed that their sudden appearance was no mystery at all. To him, they were released from their mountain fastnesses by divine will, unleashed upon the Goths and Romans as a just punishment for human sin. Many Christians likely shared this belief. Jerome, another influential Christian, turned back to Herodotus and identified the Huns with those Scythians who once held the East in bondage for 20 years and even demanded tribute from Egypt and Ethiopia. Procopius added another layer of speculation, declaring that the new invaders were none other than the ancient Cimmerians. As time went on, efforts to solve the puzzle grew increasingly extravagant. Constantine VII thought Attila was really a king of the Avars, whose conquests laid the foundations of Venice. Constantine Manasses, a poet rather than a historian, claimed that Sesostris of Egypt had once allied with the Huns, settled them in Assyria, and renamed them Parthians. John Tzetzes in the 12th century went even further, asserting that the Huns had fought in the Trojan War, brought to Troy by Achilles himself, along with Bulgars and Myrmidons. Such later inventions aside, the earlier speculations deserve closer thought. Did Eunapius and others genuinely believe the Huns were identical with the Nebroi or the Simoi mentioned by Herodotus? Did one of the great bishops of the 5th century truly accept tales that the Huns devoured their own parents? It is doubtful. In reality, few writers sought direct knowledge of the steppe or of the nomads who dwelled there. A handful of figures like Ammianus or Olympiodorus held themselves to slightly higher standards, but most historians and their audiences were less interested in factual accuracy than in demonstrating their command of the classics. Mastery of ancient authors was what separated the educated from the barbarian masses. As Libanius remarked to the young Julian, if their literature perished, they would be no different from barbarians. A century later, Sidonius wrote that when official ranks and honors had disappeared, the only true mark of nobility was learning. Thus, to compare the Huns to the Massagetae, to describe them in the language of Herodotus or Thucydides, was not simple credulity, but a display of cultured identity. The Goths, however, lacked such a classical foundation. Instead, they preserved a folk tale, later repeated by Jordanus. In this story, a Gothic king named Philomer, ruling 5 generations after the migration from Scandinavia, discovered witches among his people, called Haliorunai in their tongue. He drove them into the Scythian wilderness, where wandering spirits coupled with them and brought forth the Huns, a race described as vicious, small, wretched, and half-human. This tale surely reflected the horror of the Goths when faced with the savagery of their conquerors. Set against this mass of speculation, the restraint of Ammianus is striking. He merely wrote that the Huns were a people scarcely known to earlier writers, living beyond the Maeotian marshes near the frozen ocean, and that they surpassed every extreme of ferocity. Writers of the late Roman world often adapted their accounts depending on the audience they addressed. Historians writing for the educated elite preferred to use the familiar names recorded by classical authorities, like Herodotus or Thucydides, rather than the strange-sounding names of contemporary tribes. In contrast, those who aimed their works at monks or ordinary readers avoided such obscure references. For them, it made more sense to speak of Huns or Gepids, peoples everyone feared and recognized, than of half-forgotten groups from distant antiquity. This habit explains why John Malalas and other popular chroniclers could describe Lucius Verus or the Emperor Carus as having died fighting the Huns, or why another anonymous source claimed Constantine the Great crossed the Danube to conquer them. Such accounts clearly belong to the realm of invention rather than fact. Earlier scholarship also sought to link the Huns with tribes mentioned in ancient geographical works. Some once argued that when Dionysius Periegetes listed peoples such as the Tocheroi and Frunoi alongside the Seres of the Far East, the Frunoi were in fact the Huns. This interpretation has now been dismissed. Scribal errors also added to the confusion. Dionysius once referred to the Ulatai, living near the Caspian Sea, but later copyists altered the name into something more familiar, which misled readers into equating them with the Huns. More weight has been given to a passage in Ptolemy, who mentions a group called the Chuni, living between the Basternae and the Roxolani. On this basis, some claim that the Huns were already settled in the Pontic region in the 2nd century, perhaps between the Bug and the Dniester rivers. Yet it is difficult to believe that they could have lived there unnoticed for 200 years, especially so close to peoples well known to the Romans. If they truly were neighbors of the Bastarnae and Roxolani, why did their sudden appearance in the late 4th century provoke such shock? Moreover, if they were really the forebears of the Huns, it is odd that Ptolemy placed them in a region far removed from the Kuban Basin, which was unquestionably their homeland when they first encountered the Goths. The similarity between the names Chuni and Huns may simply be coincidence. It is also striking that while Western Roman writers used the name with a guttural "cheech," Eastern authors never did so. As for the claim made by Sikh that Persians and Romans had already met the Huns in 363, this too should be rejected. In that year, Emperor Jovian concluded a controversial peace with Shapur of Persia. The treaty required both empires to fortify the passes of the Caucasus against barbarians unknown to both us and the Persians. These unnamed enemies were not the European Huns of later fame, but the Kidarites, or so-called Black Huns, who would trouble Persia throughout the following century. The true origins of the European Huns and their movements before the final decades of the 4th century remain just as obscure to us today as they were to Ammianus in his own time. In 376, reports reached the Roman commanders along the Danube that massive disturbances had broken out among the northern tribes. Word spread that peoples from the plains between the Tisa and the Black Sea were in flight, driven from their homes by a ferocious new enemy whose sudden appearance filled the region with terror. At first, the Roman officers dismissed these rumors. From long experience, they assumed such tales of barbarian wars beyond the frontier would fizzle out as they usually did. Yet the warnings grew more urgent, and then the first desperate refugees arrived on the river's northern bank, begging to be allowed into the safety of Roman territory. As days passed, the numbers swelled into a vast crowd, pressing on the Danube's edge. The officers could no longer doubt what was happening. The Gothic kingdom of Ermanaric had collapsed before the onslaught of the Huns. The Alans had already been subdued before the Goths met their fate. These nomadic horsemen roamed east and west of the Don River, their herds moving with the seasons. They had no temples, but venerated a naked sword planted upright in the ground as a divine symbol. In the past, they had raided the Bosporan cities of Crimea and struck into Armenia and Media, earning a reputation as fierce and unconquerable. Yet the Huns had broken them. Though the details are lost, what is clear is that many Alans were slaughtered before the survivors accepted subjection. Not long after 370, the Huns, now reinforced by Alan contingents, turned against the wealthy Ostrogothic realm that stretched from the Don to the Dniester and north to the Pripyat marshes. They began with probing raids, but soon hurled their full strength at the kingdom. Ermanaric, the aging king, unnerved by the reports of Hunnic savagery, tried to hold firm, but eventually took his own life. His successor, Vithamiris, hired some Huns as mercenaries to fight against their own people, and with his Gothic followers faced the invaders in repeated battles. Each time, he suffered heavy defeat. At last, after barely a year on the throne, he was killed in a battle said to have taken place on a river somewhere between the Dniester and Dnieper. Most of the Ostrogoths submitted to the Huns. Later, Gothic traditions tried to disguise this as a voluntary decision to withdraw, but in truth, it was a crushing conquest. Vithamiris' child son, Videricus, was left as a figurehead, while two commanders, Elathius and Saphrax, led the remnants of the army. Despite their bravery, the Goths were steadily forced back behind the Dniester. This brought the Huns to the frontier of Athanaric, the judge and leader of the Visigoths. Determined to resist, he fortified his position along the Dniester, not far from where Elatheus and Saphrax were holding out. To monitor the enemy, he sent a nobleman named Mundric ahead with a sizable force to watch the frontier and screen the army's preparations. The Huns, however, quickly grasped that this detachment was only a fraction of the Gothic host. Moving with astonishing speed through the night, they bypassed Mundrich, forded the Dniester behind him, and fell suddenly upon Athanaric's unsuspecting camp. The Gothic army collapsed in confusion and scattered into the Carpathian foothills with little resistance. Elatheus and Saphrax, it seems, were overwhelmed at the same time. Athanaric then attempted to construct a defensive wall between the Pruth and the Danube. The fortifications were built with urgency and skill, but once more the Huns struck unexpectedly. The Goths narrowly avoided a massacre only because the enemy, slowed down by plunder, could not exploit their surprise as effectively as usual. Even so, panic spread. Confidence vanished, and the Visigoths began abandoning Athanaric. With families and possessions in tow, they drifted southward toward the Danube. Beyond that broad river, they hoped to find safety in Thrace, shielded by Roman garrisons from the terrifying new people, a race never seen before, rising from some hidden corner of the earth and sweeping away everything in its path. As the multitudes gathered along the northern bank, Roman officers stationed opposite them on the south began to realize that the rumors they had once dismissed with contempt had been nothing less than the truth. In the autumn of 376, a vast body of Goths, estimated by contemporaries at nearly 200,000, was granted permission to cross the Danube. 2 years later, on the 9th of August, 378, they clashed with Emperor Valens on the plains near Adrianople in a battle that has often been compared to a second Cannae. A year before that decisive confrontation, in 377, the Goths had been trapped in the mountain passes of Hemus in Thrace, surrounded by Roman forces and on the brink of starvation. They seemed doomed. Yet a number of their warriors managed to slip through the Roman lines and reach groups of Huns and Alans roaming north of the Danube. Promising them rich plunder, the Goths persuaded these nomads to join them. The effect was immediate. Once Roman commanders heard of the alliance, they cautiously withdrew, and the Goths broke free, once again ravaging Thrace. This contingent of Huns appears to have remained with the Goths right up to Adrianople. After the great victory, when the Goths attempted unsuccessfully to storm Adrianople itself, these same allies were still by their side. It is entirely possible that the decisive cavalry charge at Adrianople included Hunnic horsemen as well as Gothic riders. The sources are silent, but the catastrophe was so overwhelming that no precise or reliable account survived of how the battle unfolded. In the immediate aftermath, Hunnic raiders took part in the devastation of the northern Balkan provinces. When Theodosius I was raised to the purple in January 379, he quickly faced bands of Huns, Alans, and Goths still plundering the region. In his first year, he claimed victories over them, though contemporary voices described the Huns as particularly savage in their destruction. Later writers even claimed that by 427, they had already occupied Pannonia for half a century. While debated, this fits with the evidence that within only a few years of Adrianople, Hunnic warbands were pressing toward Gaul, suggesting that much of eastern Pannonia had already fallen under their sway. Through the 380s and early 390s, they were rarely mentioned, though their menace was felt. In 395, they struck with full force. That winter the Danube froze, and Hunnic cavalry poured across into Roman territory. Thrace once again was laid waste, while Dalmatia feared an invasion. A rumor spread that Rufinus, the Praetorian prefect, had invited them in, but this was more likely political slander than fact. Rufinus, in reality, did what he could to relieve the suffering of the peasantry. The main Hunnic onslaught, however, was directed eastward. Sweeping through the Caucasus, they overran Armenia and pressed into the wealthiest provinces of the Eastern Empire. Cappadocia's villages burned, and panic spread as they advanced as far as the Halys River. Parts of Syria were devastated, and Antioch braced for a siege as the enemy's cavalry thundered along the Orontes. Herds of captives and livestock were driven north beyond the Caucasus. In Armenia, they reached Melitene, ravaged Euphratesia, and pushed into Coele-Syria and Cilicia. Jerome vividly described the terror of these raids. Wolves from the distant Caucasus descended with shocking speed, overwhelming provinces, slaughtering without pity, and dragging off captives. Antioch, Phoenicia, Palestine, and even Egypt trembled at the thought of invasion. Rumors swirled that they were marching on Jerusalem, lured by the city's wealth. Antioch hastily repaired its neglected walls. Tyre looked once again to the sea for safety, and coastal towns prepared ships in case flight was their only hope. Their speed was such that they outstripped rumor itself, appearing suddenly where least expected, sparing neither age nor status, cutting down even children who could not yet understand their fate. At this moment, the Roman army was absent, tied up in Italy by civil conflict. Eastern commanders were accused of cowardice or negligence, and for months no effective resistance was offered. Eventually, the eunuch Eutropius managed to gather a force of Gothic auxiliaries and scattered Roman troops to confront the invaders. Though he could not recover the enormous booty the Huns had carried off, he restored a measure of order by 398. The following year, in a remarkable display of imperial favor, the same eunuch entered office as consul. For more than a decade after their first great invasion, the Huns did not return to trouble the eastern provinces. But in the opening years of the new century, they appear to have driven westward through Central Europe, pushing other peoples before them from their new bases in the northern Balkans. The scenes resembled those of 376. In the winter of 405, the Gothic chieftain Radagaisus stormed into Italy, with contemporaries claiming, wildly, that he commanded 400,000 men, though the true number was far smaller. A year later, on the last day of 406, vast groups of Vandals, Suebi, and Alans broke across the frozen Rhine and into Gaul. These great migrations were the result of Hunnic expansion from the east, although our sources preserve only one faint reference to the battles that must have forced the Germans from their homes. Orosius remarks simply that in those years the Goths, the Alans, and the Huns tore one another apart in mutual slaughter. By 408, the attacks on the Danube provinces resumed. That year, the first Hun leader known by name appeared, Uldin. He crossed the river and seized Castra Martis, a fortress lying well inside the province of Moesia. The fort fell by treachery, though the identity of the betrayer is unknown. Uldin then poured through Thrace, and when the Romans tried to negotiate, he mocked their offers. Pointing eastwards to the rising sun, he declared that if he wished, he could subdue all the lands touched by its light. He demanded an impossible price for peace. The Roman commander, however, responded cleverly. He stalled the talks while quietly persuading Uldin's subordinate chieftains to abandon him, stressing the emperor's generosity and the rewards awaiting those who sided with Rome. Many Huns and their Syrian allies deserted, and Uldin barely escaped across the Danube with his life, leaving behind heavy losses. The Eastern authorities worked hard to prevent a repeat of such devastation. Herculius, Praetorian prefect of Illyricum and a patron of learning, was ordered to mobilize everyone, regardless of rank, for the rebuilding of walls and the delivery of food to the stricken regions. The emperor, guided by his prefect Anthemius, declared that no one could shirk the task. The burden must fall equally on the highborn and the low. The sense of urgency was palpable. Another raid could come at any moment. Anthemius went further, instructing that every approach to the empire, harbors, coasts, river crossings, even remote islands, be carefully secured against the savagery of the barbarians. The Danube fleet was strengthened by a strict program of shipbuilding begun in January 412, requiring the provinces of Moesia and Scythia to build or repair a fixed number of vessels each year until more than 200 were afloat. Local officials faced heavy fines if they failed to deliver. Anthemius's greatest accomplishment, however, was the construction of the massive new land walls of Constantinople, the Theodosian walls, completed by 413. Long planned but never realized, their urgency became undeniable after Uldin's raid. As Barry observed, Anthemius was consciously preparing for the Hunnic War he foresaw. The collapse of Uldin's power was followed by one of the more obscure episodes in Hunnic history. Priscus later heard the tale from a West Roman named Romulus, whom he met in Attila's camp in 449. According to Romulus, at some point in the early 5th century, the Huns, suffering famine at home while Rome was distracted by war, attempted an expedition against Persia. Two leaders, Basic and Cursic, led a large force across a desert, past a lake Romulus thought might have been the Sea of Azov, and after 15 days over some mountains into Persian territory. They plundered widely, but were met by a Persian army that filled the sky with arrows. Defeated, the Huns withdrew with little of their booty, taking a different route that may have led them through the oil-producing lands around Baku. The episode probably occurred between 415 and 420. In 420, war erupted between the Eastern Empire and Persia after Persian authorities seized Roman traders' goods, refused to return Roman miners they had hired, and began a persecution of Christians. As Roman troops were concentrated in the east, the northern frontier was stripped bare. In 422, the Huns took advantage, once again raiding Thrace. We have no details of the incursion or of how they were driven off, but it was the last major clash with the eastern provinces before the rise of Rua, Attila's uncle, who would bring the Huns onto the stage in even greater force. The early history of the Huns in Europe shows that they were not always the sworn enemies of Rome, the Goths, or even the Persians. From the very beginning they were divided, fighting both for and against those they encountered. This pattern continued for decades and was noted with a mixture of surprise and relief by contemporary observers. Theodosius I had managed to repel Hun raiders from the Balkans in his first year as emperor, but he also recruited them as allies. When he faced the usurper Maximus on the River Save in 388, his rapid cavalry victory was due largely to Hun horsemen fighting in his ranks. It is quite possible that in the same year, after Maximus' brother was defeated at Poetovio, Hunnic cavalry were responsible for much of the slaughter of the retreating troops. At the same time, in the west, Hun mercenaries were turned against the Juthungi in Raetia, showing that the nomads could be both menace and asset. The most prominent of the early Hun leaders was Uldin. He first rose to notice in 400, when the German rebel Gainas tried to cross into Asia Minor. Blocked by the imperial fleet, Gainas retreated to the Danube, where Uldin confronted him. Unwilling to tolerate an independent barbarian army on his doorstep and eager to prove his worth to Constantinople, Uldin fought Gainas in repeated clashes until he finally killed him. Gainas's head was displayed in Constantinople in January 401, and in return, Uldin received rich gifts and an alliance with the Eastern court, likely accompanied by tribute. His victory, however, was not his alone. Local magistrates and the citizens of Thrace had already taken strong defensive measures, fortifying their towns and moving livestock and supplies inside the walls. That spirit of civic defense would reappear decades later when Attila's forces were resisted at Asimus. Soon after, Uldin appeared in Western service. In 405, the Gothic warlord Radagaisus invaded Italy with a vast following, driving terrified cities into panic. Stilicho responded by enlisting Huns and Alans under Uldin's command. In the Battle of Faesulae, the Huns proved their value, starving Radagaisus' men of supplies and then executing a devastating outflanking charge. The enemy was annihilated, and Hun warriors sold their captives at the rate of a single gold coin per head. By 408, however, Uldin had turned against the Eastern Empire and invaded Thrace, beginning the cycle of raids that would continue for years. Yet both East and West still relied heavily on Hunnic manpower. After Stilicho's death, the Western Empire, desperate for reliable troops, turned again to the Huns. Hostages were exchanged, one of them being the young Aetius, who would later become Rome's greatest general. His time among the Huns was remembered by his supporters as crucial, since it supposedly taught him how to break the fury of the northern armies. In 409, when Alaric's brother-in-law Athalf advanced through the Julian Alps, Honorius's minister Olympius met him with just 300 Huns and inflicted heavy losses on his force. Later that same year, the imperial government brought 10,000 Huns into Italy from Dalmatia, a presence so intimidating that Alaric abandoned his immediate plan to march on Rome. By this time, the very name of the Huns struck fear into the strongest hearts. In 412, Eastern Rome also sought to control them through diplomacy. An embassy led by Olympiodorus crossed the Black Sea and nearly perished in a storm before reaching the court of a Hun ruler named Donatus. The Romans swore friendship with him, but then treacherously murdered him, perhaps fearing the growing strength of his kingdom. A successor, Carato, naturally resented this act, but was appeased with costly imperial gifts and promises of peace. Years later, in 425, during the struggle between the usurper John and the Eastern Empire, Aetius was sent to the Huns to hire troops. By the time he returned to Italy, John had already been killed, yet Aetius managed to use the Huns in battle against the Eastern commander Aspar. Although the fight was indecisive, Aetius persuaded the Huns to leave Italy, securing peace at the cost of gold and hostages. His feat was so highly regarded that Galla Placidia and her son Valentinian III restored him to favor, granting him the title of count. Contemporary accounts claimed he had dismissed 60,000 Huns, a testament both to their power and to Aetius's influence. By the late 4th and early 5th centuries, the Huns had already earned a dual reputation in the Roman world. They were feared enemies, but they were also employed as useful mercenaries. Both Eastern and Western emperors recruited their horsemen into imperial armies, and wealthy individuals followed the same practice. Rufinus, the powerful prefect under Arcadius, kept a personal guard composed of Huns. while his great rival Stilicho also relied on them for protection. Stilicho's Hun retainers fought fiercely for him, and only after they had been cut down in a surprise night attack were his enemies able to move against him. The fact that such guards are recorded even in brief chronicles suggests that these units were not small, but sizable private armies. While some Romans valued them as protectors, many others saw only the terrifying side of the new arrivals. Stories circulated that the Huns murdered their own parents and swore oaths over their corpses. Half a century later, the Bishop Theodoret repeated and exaggerated such tales, claiming they not only killed the old, but consumed their flesh. Writers of every sort portrayed them as savage beasts. Ammianus called them little better than two-legged animals. Jerome likened them to wolves. Jordanes described them as almost human. And Procopius later contrasted them with the white Huns, whom he considered unusually civilized. Even some Huns themselves, according to Zachariah of Mytilene, admitted that they were barbarians who lived like wild predators in the far north. The devastation they brought to borderlands was severe. The Goths suffered first when the nomads fell upon them with the suddenness of a storm from the mountains. In Thrace, monks recalled how roaming Hun bands forced them to abandon open settlements and build fortified refuges. Hypatius, who visited the region around 386, joined 80 brethren in constructing a stronghold so they could continue their devotions in relative safety. He later told how one of these fortresses was surrounded by Huns, but a single well-aimed stone hurled from an opening in the wall panicked the attackers, who turned and rode away. Afterward, destitute villagers who had lost everything in the raids flocked to the monastery seeking food. The abbot Jonas carried their pleas to Constantinople, and only then did Rufinus and other officials send grain by sea to alleviate the famine. Land routes were unsafe, and government resources were too limited to offer much help to remote frontier districts. Yet, despite their reputation, the Huns soon attracted the attention of the church. Missionaries went out to them even in the first decades after their arrival in Europe. Theotimus, bishop of Tomi on the Black Sea, visited them and was treated with awe, some calling him the God of the Romans. Stories were told of miracles, how he and his companions became invisible to a Hun raiding party through prayer, or how a warrior attempting to ensnare him with a lasso suddenly found his arm frozen in mid-air until released by the bishop's prayers. Such wonders were celebrated, though the historian recording them doubted their literal truth. What can be said is that Theotimus softened their behavior by offering hospitality and gifts, even if he made no real converts. At the same time, John Chrysostom, Patriarch of Constantinople, also sent out missionaries to the nomadic tribes along the Danube, tribes unmistakably identified as Huns. These attempts, however, had little impact. The greatest obstacle was language. While Gothic interpreters were readily found in the capital, very few Romans knew the Hun tongue, and suitable preachers were nearly impossible to acquire. The efforts of both bishops thus produced no mass conversions, but they show how quickly the Church sought to confront and engage this new power on the frontier. There were, however, optimists within the Roman Empire who believed that the Huns were already on the verge of conversion. Writing in 403, Jerome proclaimed with excitement that the Huns are learning the Psalms, only a few years after he himself had trembled at their approach in his cell at Bethlehem. A decade later, in 417, Orosius confidently declared that the churches of Christ were filled not only with Romans, but also with Huns, Suevi, Vandals, Burgundians, and many other newly converted peoples. Even in the age of Attila, Theodoret claimed that the Huns had abandoned their grim custom of killing the elderly because they had now been touched by the message of the gospel, and he listed them among those who benefited from the intercession of the martyrs. Yet beneath these hopeful claims lay a harder truth. By the mid-5th century, when Attila ruled at the height of his power, it was admitted openly that the Church's mission had failed. Salvian of Marseille still counted the Huns firmly among the pagans. In Spain, the poet Prudentius tried to soften their image, suggesting that their bloodthirsty nature had been curbed, for they no longer drank blood, he said. But even he could only look forward to the day when they might drink instead from the chalice of Christ. Long afterward, in the 6th century, accounts of their brutal behavior still horrified the world. Chroniclers recorded that Hun raiders violated nuns and butchered those who had taken refuge at church altars, acts so appalling that even other barbarian soldiers in Justinian's armies were repelled. It is possible that a few individual Huns, particularly those captured or living as exiles within Roman territory, embraced Christianity. But if such converts existed during Attila's lifetime, no record survives. Only later do we hear of cases such as Sunica, described by Zachariah of Mytilene as a Hun who had taken refuge with the Romans, been baptized, and risen to the rank of general in Roman service. Zachariah himself summed up the prevailing reality when he had the Huns speak of themselves as barbarians who, like ravenous wild beasts, reject God in the distant northwest. This was the enduring image of the Huns in Roman literature, a people defined by cruelty, feared for their violence, and largely untouched by the Christian faith. And it was not only the educated elite who thought this way. The peasants and townsfolk of the frontier provinces, whose homes were burned, whose fields were laid waste, and whose families were dragged into slavery, must have shared the same view. For them, the Huns were not an abstract menace, but a daily terror. Later generations of clerics and administrators would brand Attila as the Scourge of God, a tool of divine punishment. Yet for the common people of the provinces, he was something far simpler and more immediate, the face of destruction itself. Before examining the rise of Attila, it is worth pausing to look more closely at the structure of Hunnic society, for their sudden appearance and equally swift disappearance cannot be understood without appreciating the foundations of their way of life. When Priscus crossed into their lands in 449, he entered a world that had not even existed a generation before his birth, and by the time he wrote his account, it had already collapsed. Their empire was not static, but intensely dynamic, and its extraordinary rise and fall can only be explained in terms of their society, rather than by attributing everything to the genius of a single ruler. Attila may have been a formidable leader, but the roots of Hunnic expansion lay deeper. The Huns lived in what can best be described as the lower stage of pastoral life. Their wealth and survival depended on large herds of domesticated animals, horses, cattle, goats, and above all, sheep, the true foundation of steppe existence. Clothing was made of linen, acquired through trade, or of animal skins stitched together, especially the skins of small fur-bearing creatures such as marmots, which were highly valued even in Roman markets. Their way of life was so harsh that garments were worn continuously until they fell apart, reminding later observers of how Mongols in another age were required to wear their clothes until they literally disintegrated. Goatskin leggings and round caps completed their simple dress. Food came mainly from the herds, but this was never enough on its own. Like other nomads, the Huns relied heavily on hunting and on gathering wild plants to supplement their diet. Such details suggest that gathering was far more important than casual remarks in our sources might imply. Agriculture was unknown to them. They neither sowed crops nor grew flax. Any linen they possessed must have been obtained by barter with settled neighbors. Their own economy was fragile and insufficient, forcing them into constant contact, whether peaceful or violent, with agricultural peoples on the edge of the steppe. This dependence meant that the Huns could not have moved in vast hordes, as they are often imagined. Their survival required wide stretches of pasture, and the herds of even a few families needed space. Instead of one great, wandering multitude, small groups moved separately in search of grazing and water. A household of 5 or 6 people living in a single tent formed the basic unit. Several such households made up a camp. Camps formed clans. Clans together created tribes, and a cluster of tribes made up the larger people. A tribe might number a few thousand at most, but its members would often be scattered across the land in much smaller camps to protect their food supply. The social organization of the Huns reflected this scattered existence. Every man was required to tend animals or hunt, leaving little room for a leisured aristocracy to develop. There were no kings in the early period. Instead, each group followed its leading men in times of war, men whose authority rested more on personal influence and military reputation than on formal power. Leadership was temporary and practical, not hereditary or absolute. In peace, when families dispersed to their pastures, the influence of these leaders largely dissolved. Decisions of wider importance seem to have been taken in councils, where the heads of households gathered, often still on horseback, to discuss matters that concerned the tribe as a whole. Thus, Hunnic society was fluid and resilient, shaped by the demands of the steppe and by the need to adapt constantly. Their lack of central authority did not prevent them from becoming a formidable force. On the contrary, their mobility, loose organization, and dependence on pastoral life created the conditions for sudden bursts of power that could overwhelm even the strongest of their neighbors. Ammianus does not explain clearly how property was held among the Huns, whether by individual ownership, by clans, or by families. Land itself could not be privately owned, for this was impossible in a pastoral society. The herds, however, appear to have been kept by households much like the later Mongols, who owned their own animals, tents, and equipment. It is reasonable to assume that prominent Hunnic leaders, such as Onagesius, controlled the possessions of their own households. Yet, if private property had been highly developed, one would expect it to have created a true ruling class in times of peace. Since the leadership of the Hunnic chiefs almost vanished outside of war, it is unlikely that wealth alone determined authority. Leadership was therefore not strictly hereditary, though the reputation of a father might still benefit his son when new leaders were chosen. Slavery seems to have existed, though in limited form. Its absence would surely have been noted if it had been entirely unknown. The slaves of the Huns likely performed menial tasks, such as helping during great hunts, tending animals, or serving in the stables. Their lives were harsh, and their masters could kill them without consequence. Priscus even records 2 crucified for murdering their masters. Slaves were probably acquired almost entirely through warfare, and there is no indication that native Huns were ever enslaved. This picture of Hunnic material life in the late 4th century leads directly to questions of numbers and military strength. Chinese sources about steppe peoples speak of enormous armies of 100,000 or even 400,000 men. But such claims are implausible. A primitive pastoral economy could not possibly feed so many fighters concentrated in one place, nor could society function if so vast a portion of its men were withdrawn from herding for an entire campaign season. Even later claims that Attila's people numbered several 100,000 raise the problem of how such a multitude could have fed themselves during their migration from the Cuban basin to Pannonia. The figures provided by Greco-Roman observers suggest a much smaller scale. In 409, Emperor Honorius employed 10,000 Huns against Alaric. Olympiodorus, who knew Hunnic life well, emphasized the extraordinary effort required to sustain such a force. Livestock and grain had to be transported from Dalmatia into Italy to feed them. Zosimus repeats that supplies of corn, sheep, and oxen were specifically requisitioned for their arrival. The very fact that historians recorded this detail shows how unusual it was, and how difficult it was to maintain so many Hunnic warriors together. Without Roman support, it is doubtful the Huns could have supplied such a body on their own, especially in a land already devastated by Radagaisus' invasion only a few years before. Later reports speak of 10,000 Huns under Octar, who fought the Burgundians, but by that stage entire agricultural populations were being compelled to support their new masters. Even then, the number may have been exaggerated to emphasize their threat. Ancient writers rarely gave accurate figures for barbarian armies, especially when these were operating beyond the Roman frontiers. It was almost impossible for them to obtain reliable information, and numbers were often shaped by rhetorical purposes rather than careful counting. Olympiodorus records that the Hun force which defeated Atholf's Goths in 409 numbered only 300. Considering the supply difficulties already described, this is the sort of figure one might expect. In later centuries, when the Huns reverted to a more fragmented tribal society, their armies usually ranged between 200 and 1,200 men. Even the expedition of Zabergan in 558, which sent panic through Constantinople with its 7,000 warriors, was seen as extraordinary. It is reasonable to assume that the raiding parties which harassed Roman provinces at the opening of the 5th century rarely exceeded 1,200 warriors. The same figure can be applied to the average Hun mercenary force employed by the imperial government. Eyewitnesses of nomadic life in Mongolia describe tribes moving in groups of several hundred tents, each of which could field roughly 1,000 fighting men. When raids were launched, some adult males would stay behind to guard the herds and families, meaning that the field strength of a tribe was about the size suggested above. Since a tribal unit likely numbered around 5,000 people in total, its fighting force would naturally amount to a few hundred to 1,000 warriors. This helps explain why Hun contingents, whether attacking the Romans or hired as auxiliaries, appeared in numbers that correspond to tribal levies rather than vast armies. Each tribe operated with considerable independence, often in rivalry as much as in alliance with its neighbors. This tribal structure explains why some Huns could be found attacking Gothic forces while others were fighting on the Gothic side, why they alternately defended and threatened the Roman Empire, and why they were notorious for breaking treaties, since a pact made by one tribe never bound another. It also clarifies why no large-scale battles between Huns and Romans were reported for many years after their first arrival across the Danube frontier. This casts doubt on the famous claim that Aetius brought 60,000 Huns into Italy in 425. Such a force would imply a total population of at least 250,000, which is far beyond what any single Hun confederation could provide. Neither Aetius nor the Western Empire had the means to pay or feed so many mercenaries. The figure is best understood as a gross exaggeration. In reality, his force was probably closer to 1/10 of that number. Like many commanders, Aetius likely inflated his army's size for propaganda. Moreover, the astonishing mobility of steppe cavalry always made them appear far more numerous to observers than they truly were. The best sources, such as Priscus, rarely attempt to provide precise figures even in Attila's day. He simply says that Margus was taken by a large force of barbarians, or that Asimus resisted an overwhelming force. Descriptions of Attila's camp speak of a multitude surrounding his tent, or basic and cursic, leading a huge force. Such terms are elastic and imprecise. Later writers claimed that Attila's host at the Great Battle of 451 numbered 500,000 men. But this number, even if Priscus entertained it, was marked as a conjecture. It is unlikely that Attila himself could have known the exact size of his forces, and just as unlikely that he resisted the temptation to exaggerate. When compared with what is known about other nomadic empires, the conclusion is clear. The vast conquests of the Huns were achieved not by overwhelming numbers, but by relatively small, mobile bands of horsemen whose speed and ferocity created the illusion of countless hordes. The victories of the Huns were never the result of overwhelming numbers. Their strength lay instead in their arms, their mobility, and the terror they inspired. Contemporary observers wrote of the horror that swept through southeastern Europe at their arrival, noting that they froze the blood of all who beheld them. Far from being dismissed as just another barbarian tribe, the Huns struck fear even in an age well accustomed to Germanic invasions. Centuries later, writers still recorded the unique terror their presence inspired. It is striking that Roman and Gothic authors, when describing the Huns, so often began with their appearance. Ammianus wrote that they were so grotesque and bent in form that they resembled rough carvings or even two-legged beasts. Claudian declared their bodies obscene to look upon, while Sidonius noted that even the faces of their infants carried an unnatural gruesomeness. Jordanes added that their swarthy faces seemed terrifying, their heads little more than shapeless lumps. Jerome summed it up simply. Roman soldiers were terrified by the very sight of them. Their features, combined with ragged marmot skin clothing, unsettled troops used to facing enemies who looked and dressed much like themselves. This psychological edge proved a weapon as real as any sword or bow, and its effects lasted for generations. Yet their true power came from the horse. The Huns all but lived in the saddle. Observers claimed they were glued to their mounts, unable even to walk properly on the ground, living, eating, and negotiating entirely from horseback. Attila himself was seen dining while mounted. Such horsemanship could never be matched by the Romans, whose agricultural economy prevented them from raising a comparable cavalry tradition. Nomadic life produced horsemen of a quality that settled peoples could only imitate with enormous cost, and Rome lacked the resources to sustain such efforts. The steppe horsemen's strength lay in their combination of speed, archery, and fearlessness. Their charges were sudden and unpredictable, their retreats deliberate and deadly, their arrows falling in dense clouds with uncanny accuracy. Roman infantry, already worn down by years of exploitation and poor morale, stood little chance. The Hun horses, though small and ungainly, were hardy and capable of great endurance. When mounted on captured Roman steeds, any weakness disappeared. With their mastery of horsemanship, lightning maneuvers, and disciplined volleys, the Huns shattered armies far larger than themselves. Their weaponry reflected both limitation and ingenuity. They carried iron swords, gained through trade or plunder, since large-scale metalworking was beyond the means of a pastoral society. Their arrows were often tipped with bone, yet used with deadly precision. In close combat, they relied not only on blades, but also lassos, with which they could entangle foes on foot or horseback. More than one story survives of warriors being ensnared by this simple but effective weapon. Above all, the hallmark of the Huns was their bow. It was short, powerful, and made from horn and spliced wood, ideal for use on horseback. Its range and accuracy astonished Roman observers. Attila, who had lived among the Huns as a hostage, became himself a skilled horseman and marksman under their tutelage. Roman armies eagerly captured these bows and even began to imitate them. Manuals from the period note that Roman cavalry improved their equipment after the example of Goths, Alans, and above all, Huns, which almost certainly meant the adoption of the step bow. When combined with horses equal in performance to those of Rome, the occasional use of Roman armor, and the natural mobility of their nomadic society, the Huns gained a decisive advantage in both tactics and strategy. As one observer put it, the entire nation was a ready-made army, always prepared for war, capable of sudden raids, and living permanently on a war footing. The defeats suffered by the Romans at the hands of the Huns cannot be understood simply as the result of military superiority. Their victories were made easier because the empire was already divided from within. Just as the Mongols could not have conquered China without the resentment of populations who despised their own corrupt rulers, so too the Huns profited from the discontent within the eastern Roman provinces. Around the year 400, when Thrace was in chaos after Gaius's death at the hands of Uldin, bands of runaway slaves and others who had abandoned their positions in the Roman social order began claiming they were Huns, raiding the countryside until they were defeated by the general Fravitta. They used the Hun name deliberately, for nothing caused greater fear among landowners and soldiers than the thought of these new nomads. More importantly, this episode reveals that the lower classes of the empire often welcomed the arrival of the Huns. For them, it promised escape from servitude and the chance to overturn an oppressive system. The betrayal of a fortress like Castra Martis in 408 was not an isolated act, but one of many such moments of treachery that made the empire's defenses dangerously fragile. The state of the Roman army only added to this weakness. The authorities did learn from their enemies. Roman cavalry equipment had been improved by copying the arms of Goths, Alans, and Huns, and there is reason to believe the powerful step bow was adopted by Roman horsemen. Manuals of later centuries even advised generals to strike the Huns early in the year when winter had weakened their horses. Yet, despite these insights, the empire's soldiers were ill-prepared to face enemies whose society lived perpetually in readiness for war. The Huns were poor in material terms and relied on the most primitive means of survival, but their military strength was immense. So long as they remained divided into tribes and clans wandering independently in search of pasture, they lacked the political unity to threaten the empire as a whole. But their constant hunger and hardship gave them every reason to raid the wealthy provinces of Rome, or, when convenient, to sell their services as mercenaries. Contemporary observers often remarked that they were consumed with an insatiable desire for gold and for the plunder of other people's goods. Even before Ammianus wrote his account of them, this situation was beginning to change. Gothic legend told of a king named Balamber, who supposedly led the Huns in their conquest of the Ostrogoths. Most historians agree he never existed, invented instead by the Goths to explain their defeat. What is certain is that the Huns did manage to subdue a large part of the Ostrogoths, which implies a force greater than any single tribe could raise. Ermanarich, Vithimiris, and Videricus could not have been defeated in turn by 1,000 horsemen alone. The evidence suggests that for a brief moment, several tribes formed a confederacy, combining their strength to overwhelm the Gothic kingdom. Minor raids had first been carried out by individual tribes, but when the rewards proved rich, the tribes united to mount a larger invasion. This confederacy, however, was short-lived, for no lasting alliance seems to have been formed, and Ammianus himself insisted that the Huns were not ruled by kings in his day. The first-named Hun leaders shed some light on how their society evolved. Uldin was active at the start of the 5th century. He killed Gainas in 400, fought alongside Stilicho in Italy against Radagaisus in 406, and by 408 was raiding Thrace. During this last campaign, many of his men were persuaded to defect after Roman officers offered gifts and promises, suggesting that Hun leaders commanded only by maintaining constant success. Fragments of later writers confirm that Hun groups had multiple chiefs, some called kings, with one recognized as the first king. When Donatus was assassinated, Carata was immediately appointed to replace him, showing that by 412 at least some Hun tribes had begun to treat kingship as a permanent office. Yet even so, these kings were not absolute rulers, but war leaders whose authority lasted only so long as they could secure plunder and protect their people's herds. The disappearance of Uldin after his defeat in 408 illustrates how swiftly a leader could lose his position once he failed to deliver. This raises the question of whether there was true continuity between the confederacies of Uldin, Donatus, Carato, and others. Some have imagined a single Hun empire stretching from the Carpathians to the Don, passed from one ruler to the next until it culminated in Attila. But this is unlikely. After their victory over the Goths, the tribes seem to have reverted to their earlier independence, each controlling its own share of subjugated peoples. Raids across the Danube or through the Caucasus in the late 4th century were not coordinated campaigns, but separate ventures by different tribes taking advantage of Roman weakness. Confederacies did form occasionally, but they were temporary alliances forged for a specific raid or campaign. There is no evidence of a centralized state existing continuously before Rua's time. Indeed, Gothic leaders like Thorismud were still able to wage wars independently around 418, something impossible if the Huns had already imposed a single, tightly controlled empire. Much uncertainty surrounds the figure of Uldin. Some historians have argued that he was responsible for the first great westward movement of the Huns in the early 5th century. Others suggest that he was the first to establish a Hun base along the Danube, opposite the town of Margus, and that it remained their seat of power until the 440s. Some even speculated that Rua and Oktar were his sons and direct successors. Yet closer examination shows that Uldin was not the ruler of a great empire, but a relatively minor leader. The fact that he sought employment with both the Eastern and Western Roman armies indicates that he lacked a secure position of power north of the Danube. His struggles against Gainas in 400 underline this weakness. He required several engagements before achieving victory, despite Gainas leading a force already shattered by Roman troops. This makes it clear that Uldin commanded only a fraction of the Huns. It is inconceivable that the family of a relatively unsuccessful leader could have held sway over all the tribes for half a century. It is more likely that the confederacies associated with Uldin, Donatus, and others were temporary alliances with little continuity, and that only around 420, if not later, did the coalition that Rua eventually led come into being. The harsh environment in which the Huns lived forced them to seek survival through raids. Their encounters with the wealthier agricultural societies along the Danube made this tendency even stronger. In times of drought, raids against the Goths or Romans could mean the difference between life and death. Early on, these attacks were carried out under the leadership of tribal chiefs, whose authority was limited to wartime. But once conflict became a permanent feature of Hun life, leadership evolved into something more stable, resembling kingship. Success in war allowed them to draw together larger numbers of warriors, and as their victories multiplied, these confederacies grew in scale. Even in the time of Uldin and Donatus, however, the older system of influential tribal leaders continued to exist within the larger groupings. It is therefore misleading to say that the Huns rose suddenly and then collapsed just as suddenly. Rather, Attila's dominance was the climax of a steady process that had been building strength for decades. The decisive shift in their history came when the Huns moved from the regions east of the Black Sea into what is now Ukraine. This was not merely a change of territory, but a transformation in resources. In the east, they could plunder only the Alans, nomads as poor and scattered as themselves. In the west, they encountered the Ostrogoths, who lived in prosperous agricultural settlements and possessed food surpluses. Seizing this wealth gave the Huns the means to sustain larger forces and accelerate their development as a society. Trade also played a part in this transformation, though it has been less emphasized in accounts of their rise and will be considered later. Interestingly, even a contemporary like Nestorius, who attempted to explain the Hun ascent, ignored trade entirely. He described how the Scythian peoples, once scattered into tribes and known only as raiders, eventually united into a kingdom. Once organized, he said, they grew so powerful that they rivaled and even surpassed the might of Rome. The surviving fragments of Priscus history begin in 434, the year when Attila assumed leadership of the Huns. His work gives us precious detail, but only in scattered pieces, leaving us with moments of clarity followed by long gaps of uncertainty. Where his testimony exists, events can be described vividly. Where it is missing, we are left to conjecture or silence. Moreover, his focus lay on the eastern frontier, so the history of the West often remains in shadow. In the early 420s, Rua rose to prominence as leader of the most powerful Hun confederacy yet seen. He did not rule alone, for the sources tell us he shared authority with his brother Oktar. A third brother, Mundiok, father of Attila and Bleda, is not mentioned as sharing in power. It seems each controlled his own portion of the people and their subject tribes, for true joint rule of a single territory was unknown among them. Oktar died before Rua, leaving Rua sole commander by 432, when he enters Roman history. That year, Aetius, defeated by Boniface near Ariminum, found himself in danger from political rivals. After an assassination attempt by Sebastian, Boniface's son-in-law, Aetius, fled through Dalmatia into Pannonia, seeking support from the Huns. He had been their hostage more than 2 decades earlier and had relied on them in 425. Now again they received him, but only in return for concessions. Just a few years before, Eastern Roman forces had retaken Pannonia Secunda, including the key city of Sirmium. In 433, however, Aetius ceded Pannonia Prima to the Huns as part of a treaty that secured their backing. His son Carpilio was even sent to them as a hostage, following his father's path. With Hun aid, Aetius regained his position in Italy. Whether Rua himself marched with forces into the peninsula is unclear, but no battle is recorded against the Gothic auxiliaries brought by Sebastian and the Empress Placidia. In the end, Aetius was restored with the rank of patrician, while Sebastian fled to Constantinople. For the next 15 years, the Huns posed no direct threat to Italy. On the contrary, contingents of their cavalry helped Aetius and the Gallic aristocracy to hold Gaul against its enemies. The Burgundians were among the first to feel the weight of this alliance. Driven across the Rhine by the Hun migrations of 405–6, they had been settled by Rome along the Middle Rhine, around Worms, Mainz, and Speyer. By the mid-400s and 30s, their growing population sought new lands, and under King Gundahar, they invaded the region of Trier and Metz. But in 435, they were defeated by Aetius and forced into peace. 2 years later, in 437, Aetius turned the Huns against them. The result was catastrophic. Some accounts speak of 20,000 Burgundians slaughtered, others of near annihilation. Gundahar himself was killed, and the kingdom of Worms came to an end after less than a generation. Survivors were resettled in Savoy in 443. The destruction was remembered with awe, mentioned by several chroniclers, and later provided the foundation for the epic of the Nibelungenlied. A further tradition preserved by the historian Socrates sheds light on older conflicts between Huns and Burgundians. He records that some Burgundians had remained east of the Rhine, between the river, the Main, and the Neckar. These eastern Burgundians, known for carpentry, were repeatedly attacked by Hun raiders. In desperation, they converted to Christianity, hoping for divine aid. Their hopes were confirmed, for soon after, their enemy's leader Uptar died suddenly in the night from gluttony, leaving his 10,000 followers leaderless. A Burgundian force of only 3,000 then routed them, and from that moment, according to Socrates, the Burgundians embraced Christianity with zeal. Socrates dates the curious story of Uptar's death to the year 430, which makes the name immediately recognizable. Uptar was none other than Oktar, the brother of Rua. Oktar outlived Rua for a time, but it now seems clear that he died while leading a campaign somewhat east of the Rhine. The details of the account ring true. The fighting between Huns and Burgundians in that region, the use of Oktar's name, and the numbers involved in the clash. We can reasonably conclude that Oktar's men, numbering in the thousands, were caught off guard and defeated by the Eastern Burgundians, who also saw their conversion to Christianity as bound up with this victory. When the Huns later turned upon the Burgundian kingdom of Worms, their attack must have carried the memory of that earlier defeat. Why Aetius chose to unleash them, however, remains a deeper mystery. Among Aetius's officers in the campaign against the Burgundians was Avitus, later Emperor of the West. After the fighting, he retired to his estate near Clermont-Ferrand in Auvergne. His quiet was soon broken when Litorius, Aetius's chief lieutenant in Gaul, hurried past on his way to relieve Narbonne. Then besieged by the Visigoths under Theodoric I, Litorius' force was made up of Huns, most likely supplied by Rua. As they advanced, they behaved less like allies than marauders, plundering the countryside, burning homes, and spreading fear among the local population. One particularly violent warrior even killed a servant of Avitus without cause. Avitus, roused by the panic on his estate, armed himself, mounted his horse, and rode after the army. He met the offender in single combat and avenged the servant's death, though the host itself marched on undisturbed. At Narbonne, the Huns proved their worth. Each man carried provisions of wheat, and after breaking the siege with a ferocious charge, they brought much-needed supplies into the starving city. In the years that followed, Litorius continued to rely on Hun support in his struggle with the Visigoths. Roman victories in 437 and 438 bore the imprint of their cavalry, even if not always acknowledged. Aetius himself struck down thousands of Goths in 438, though the composition of his army goes unrecorded. The conflict reached its height in 439 when Litorius led the Huns to besiege Toulouse itself, capital of the Visigothic kingdom. The Goths, weary from repeated defeats, sent bishops to negotiate, but Litorius spurned them, preferring to trust in his pagan allies. He even revived the ancient Roman rituals, offering sacrifices and consulting soothsayers before the battle, the last time such ceremonies were performed by a Roman general. At first, the Huns inflicted terrible losses, but when Litorius was captured during the fighting, the tide turned. The Hun army was cut down almost entirely. Taken prisoner, Litorius was executed at Toulouse, a grim reminder of the biblical warning that he who exalts himself will be humbled. Only after months of exhaustion did Aetius himself arrive, managing to fight the Visigoths to a draw. Peace was eventually brokered by Avitus, who had now played a role on both the battlefield and the diplomatic stage, while Aetius returned to Italy to confront even greater challenges. When Litorius's Huns passed Avitus's estate on their way to Narbonne, they were fresh from a clash with yet another of Aetius's foes. This third enemy was more significant than either the Burgundians or the Visigoths, the Bagaudae, the rebel peasants, slaves, and brigands of northwestern Gaul. The sources tell us little, but a Gallic chronicle records that in 435, the Bagaudae of the Armorican region declared complete independence from the empire. The Tractus Armoricanus was a vast territory, extending from the Garonne to the Seine, encompassing Poitou, Brittany, Anjou, and Normandy, with major cities such as Tours, Orléans, and Auxerre. In this great expanse, oppressed rural populations rose against their Roman and Gallic overlords. The Bagaudae were not new. A century earlier, their forebears had produced their own emperors, Aelianus and Amandus, and their breakaway regime seems to have imitated the very structure of the empire it defied. To dismiss it as a mere robber state is unfair, for it more closely represented a desperate effort by the downtrodden to free themselves from Roman exploitation. In the wider sweep of imperial history, such open secession was rare, rivaled only by the earlier Gallic independence movements that supported Postumus and Tetricus during the 3rd century. In 435, the rebellion of the Bagaudae was led by a man named Tibato, a figure otherwise unknown, even his name being unique in the records. What is certain is that soon after he rose, almost every slave in Gaul rallied to his cause. For 2 years, Tibato's forces held their ground, but in 437, Litorius and his Hunnic allies fell upon them. The details of the struggle are lost to us, but a chronicle notes that Tibato was captured. Some of his fellow leaders were chained, others executed, and the revolt collapsed. Litorius, as one historian later remarked, was forced to reimpose upon them the liberty of imperial rule. A court poet celebrated the suppression in lofty terms, claiming that the wild lands of Armorica had been tamed, its fields sown with grain rather than crime, and its people once again upholding Roman law. Yet the victory was hollow. Litorius rode on with confidence toward Narbonne, but his path would end at Toulouse. One campaign was never enough to quell the Bagaudae of Armorica. Their rebellion was rooted in the deeper economic decay of the empire, which could not be solved by the slaughter of peasants. Nor would the Huns remain forever the blunt instrument of the Gallic landowning class. From Aetius's treaty with Rua in 433, until Litorius's disastrous defeat before Toulouse in 439, the Huns were the chief support of the faltering Gallo-Roman aristocracy. But their massacre outside Toulouse marked the breaking point. Oppression carried out solely in the service of great landlords was bound to fail. After that disaster, the Huns did not return to reinforce Aetius in Gaul, for their forces were needed elsewhere. Events soon shifted back to the Danube frontier. At the start of 434, Rua's principal envoy, Attila, appeared in Constantinople with a stark demand. The Eastern Romans must return to him certain peoples who had fled his authority, or he would declare war. Rua had chosen his moment carefully. The Huns struck only when Roman strength was divided. 395 when the armies were in Italy, 422 when they were fighting Persia. And once again, in 434, the East was weak. Large parts of Africa had recently fallen to the Vandals, a loss that men in Constantinople compared to Athens' disastrous Sicilian expedition. Troops had been dispatched to support the West, but in 432 Boniface's return to Italy left Aspar and the Eastern forces alone in Africa. And though he was appointed Western consul in 434, the province was essentially lost. It was the perfect moment for Rua to press his claim. The fugitives in question were the Amilzuri, Itimari, Tunsures, Boishi, and others unnamed by the sources. They lived near the Danube, but little else is known of them. It seems most likely that they were Hunnic tribes who resisted Rua's supremacy, preferring to retain their old independence under chiefs of their own, while serving Rome as auxiliaries. This shows clearly that the Huns were still far from unified under one political authority. The Eastern government, always eager for new soldiers, and especially desperate while its armies were tied down in Africa, prepared to negotiate. Two powerful figures stepped forward. Plintha, a Goth who had once crushed a revolt in Palestine and risen to become consul and later master of the soldiers, was deeply influential at the court of Theodosius, despite his Arian faith. Alongside him was Dionysius, a former consul and commander of the Eastern armies. Together they volunteered to approach Rua. Plintha even dispatched an agent, Sengalacus, to persuade Rua to negotiate directly with him and no one else. It appears that a Gothic circle at court was trying to monopolize these dealings, though it remains uncertain exactly whom they sought to exclude. Here we catch a rare glimpse of the political rivalries within Theodosius' court, though our evidence is too fragmentary to draw firm conclusions. In the end, no embassy was needed. Before the campaigning season of 434 could begin, Rua suddenly died. His death was a great relief in Constantinople, where his threats had stirred real alarm. The Patriarch Proclus marked the news with a sermon of thanksgiving, invoking the words of Ezekiel. "Son of man, set your face against Gog, of the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. I will punish him with pestilence and blood, with torrents of rain, hailstones, fire, and brimstone, upon him and his many hosts." To the Romans, Rua's passing seemed nothing less than divine deliverance. The sermon delivered by the Patriarch Proclus after Rua's death quickly became the talk of Constantinople. He had used the words of Ezekiel with great effect, and soon stories began to spread that blurred the sequence of events. People claimed that before the expected attack, Proclus had declared that God would strike Rua down with a thunderbolt and destroy his people with fire and brimstone. Others insisted the prophecy had been fulfilled, since Rua had never come close to the capital. In time, the tale grew into a miracle, reported by Greek and Ethiopian writers alike, who said that when Rua prepared to attack the Eastern Empire, he and his army were wiped out by divine judgment. No miracle, however, prevented what followed. Rua's place was taken by his two nephews, Bleda, the elder, and the younger, Attila. The sources tell little about Bleda beyond his coarse and boisterous nature, which contrasted sharply with his brothers. After the campaign of 441, he kept at his side a Moorish dwarf named Zerko, whose stammering voice and twisted gait amused him endlessly. He dressed the dwarf in miniature armor and paraded him at feasts and on campaigns. When Zerko once escaped with Roman prisoners, Bleda cared nothing for the others but raged at the loss of his favorite, sending horsemen to scour the land until he was recaptured. When asked why he had fled, Zerko answered in his broken speech that he had never been given a wife. Bleda laughed uproariously and swore that he would marry him to one of the ladies from the Empress's court in Constantinople. Attila could not have been more different. Later, when Roman envoys visited his camp, they described him as stern and unyielding, yet not without a sense of justice. The historian Priscus saw him more than once, and the portrait he left was later repeated by Jordanes and made famous by Gibbon. Yet the early years after he and Bleda assumed power are obscure. We know only the terms of their first treaty with the Eastern Romans, after which several years vanish into silence. The Senate resolved to send an embassy even after Rua's death. Plintha, an experienced Gothic general at the Roman court, was chosen to lead it, accompanied by Epigenes, a noted orator who had worked on the Theodosian Code. They traveled to Margus in Moesia Superior, a city near the mouth of the Morava River and an important trading hub. Outside its walls, Bleda and Attila met them, conducting the talks from horseback. The Romans, unwilling to stand beneath the mounted Huns, sat awkwardly in their saddles throughout the negotiations. An agreement was struck. The Romans were to return all fugitives from Hunnic lands and hand back Roman prisoners who had escaped, or else pay a ransom of 8 solidi for each, enough to buy nearly 100 bushels of grain in ordinary times. They pledged not to ally with any enemies of the Huns, and Hunnic merchants were to enjoy full and equal trading rights within the empire. The East had already been paying Rua an annual tribute of 350 pounds of gold, likely imposed when Roman troops had been drawn away to Africa in 431. Attila demanded more. The tribute was doubled, and henceforth 700 pounds of gold would be sent across the Danube each year. This agreement became known as the Peace of Margus, concluded in 435. What Attila did in the years immediately afterward remains uncertain. Priscus offers only one hint, noting that after the treaty the brothers campaigned in Scythia and fought against a people called the Soroski, otherwise unknown. It seems likely that during this time, Attila pushed his dominion to its final limits. The exact boundaries cannot be determined. To the west, the Huns never reached the Rhine, where the Burgundians and the Ripuarian Franks remained independent. Oktar, Rua's brother, had earlier tried to advance that far, but died before completing the task. To the north, Priscus recorded that Attila ruled the islands in the ocean. Later, historians understood this to mean the Baltic Islands, though Priscus may have thought it referred to Britain, given his limited knowledge of northwestern geography. Whatever the case, it is likely that Attila's influence extended into the northern lands, drawing tribute in the form of furs. Priscus claimed that Attila ruled all Scythia, but how far his authority stretched to the east is uncertain. Some later scholars suggested that the Alans living between the Don and the lands west of the Aral Sea also acknowledged his power. Yet it is unlikely they did so without reservation. The Alans had never truly secured independence, but they seem to have been ruled by Huns, who did not always answer directly to Attila. Other tribes, such as the Akadziri east of the Black Sea, maintained their own chiefs until well into the late 400s and 40s, and it is improbable that they were unique in this independence. What can be said with more confidence is that all the Germanic and other peoples living between the Alps and the Baltic, and from the Caspian to some uncertain point east of the Rhine, recognized the authority of Attila and his elder brother Bleda. The brothers ruled jointly, but divided the empire into separate regions, though it is unknown which controlled which portion. From 435 to 440, the Eastern Empire experienced a fragile peace along the Danube frontier. In the west, Attila continued the policy of his uncle Rua, whose cavalry had supported the Roman general Aetius. These forces remained active in Gaul until they were destroyed outside Toulouse in 439. After that disaster, however, they were not replaced, for pressure on the Danube was mounting. The treaty negotiated in 435 had bound Constantinople to return fugitives and pay an annual tribute of 700 pounds of gold. The Romans handed back some captives at once, including 2 young princes named Mama and Atacam, who were crucified upon their return. Yet over the next few years, the payments seemed to have lapsed, and the fugitives were far too useful as soldiers to be surrendered. Theodosius must have known the risk he was running. In 439, he ordered the prefect Cyrus to complete the sea walls of Constantinople, sealing the gaps that had been left when the great land walls were built earlier in the century. The reason was clear. A hostile fleet, especially if linked to the Huns, could strike the capital at its weakest points. Internal unrest also added to the danger. A Rugian chieftain named Vallips rebelled, rallied malcontents in the provinces, and seized Noviodunum on the Danube before forcing concessions from the government. Yet, despite such troubles, the frontier remained well guarded, the fortresses manned, and the warships of Anthemius still patrolling the river. Attila, occupied with campaigns in the north, had no way to enforce his claim to the tribute that never arrived. It seemed the opportunities enjoyed in earlier decades by Hun leaders would not return. Then, in 439 to 440, circumstances shifted dramatically. The fall of Carthage to the Vandals shook the empire to its core. The loss of North Africa endangered not only Rome, but Constantinople, for Carthage could serve as a base for raiders who might disrupt the grain supply from Egypt, or even strike at the eastern provinces directly. To prevent disaster, Theodosius sent a vast naval expedition, over 1,000 ships under Germanic commanders, to attempt the recovery of the province. This effort was not reckless, but a recognition that the fate of both East and West now hinged on Africa. At nearly the same moment, the Persians launched an invasion of Armenia. Although they soon withdrew under threat from northern nomads, the Romans had to commit troops to face the danger. The result was that the Danube frontier was left dangerously exposed. Attila recognized his chance and seized it. The first warning came when a trading post north of the river, where the Huns had long enjoyed market rights, was suddenly captured. The raid took place during market day, and the Roman garrison was overwhelmed. The government protested, citing the Treaty of 435 that guaranteed safe commerce, but the Huns replied with heavier accusations. They charged that the Bishop of Margus had crossed the Danube, plundered royal tombs, and stolen the treasures buried with Hun leaders. The ambassadors could not convincingly deny the charge. They were also accused of sheltering fugitives from Hun authority in violation of the treaty. another point the Huns could easily prove. When their demands for the bishop and the fugitives were rejected, Attila's forces crossed the Danube and swept into the provinces. Town after town fell, and the great fortress city of Viminacium was utterly destroyed. Archaeological finds confirm the catastrophe. Coins from the buried city treasury remain as silent evidence of the hasty preparations of its magistrates. Those who survived the slaughter were led away into captivity, and the once thriving city lay in ruins for a century until rebuilt by Justinian. The fall of Viminacium sent a wave of fear through the frontier towns. Many began to demand that the bishop of Margus be handed over to the Huns, asking why entire provinces should be endangered for the sake of one man. Realizing that he might indeed be sacrificed, the bishop chose to act first. He slipped out of Margus, deserted to the enemy, and promised Attila that he would deliver the city into his hands. A Hun detachment was posted nearby during the night. The gates were opened from within, and Margus was betrayed. Like Viminacium, it was destroyed, but unlike that city, it was never rebuilt, and its bishop vanished from history. At the same time, the fortress of Constantia across the river fell, and soon after, the Huns captured Singidunum, leaving it desolate until it was restored a century later. The gravest loss of all was the destruction of Sirmium, the most critical stronghold on the Danube frontier. Its fall broke the defensive system of the river and opened the Balkans to attack. The campaign of 441 ended there. Although the Huns had not penetrated deeply into Roman territory, their victories tore a huge gap in the defensive barrier and left the provinces exposed for the following year. Surprisingly, there was no fighting in 442. Somehow, Aspar, commander of the eastern armies, arranged a truce that lasted through the season. Theodosius and his ministers used the time urgently. The fleet recalled from Sicily, which had accomplished nothing against the Vandals, returned too late to aid the frontier, but was now available for further war. To prepare for renewed struggle, the emperor issued a special coinage of gold solidi. The coins were hurriedly struck, showing Theodosius in military attire on the front and a helmeted figure of Constantinople on the back. Unlike earlier issues that boasted of Roman glory, these coins carried only the date, a sign of how desperate the situation had become. Even members of the imperial family, including the Empress and Pulcheria, contributed their valuables to support the new issue. When the campaign of 443 began, Attila demanded the return of fugitives and the unpaid tribute, threatening to unleash his forces if refused. The government rejected his demands, but sent envoys in hopes of negotiating. The Huns responded with war. They struck first at Ratiaria, a major base of the Danube fleet and home to an imperial arms factory. The city was utterly destroyed, its people enslaved, and the frontier left unguarded. With their rear secured, Attila's forces advanced inland. They marched up the Morava Valley and stormed Naissus, the birthplace of Constantine and one of the great strongholds of the Balkans. The city was ravaged and left abandoned for generations. From there, the Huns pressed on to Sardica, reducing another major center to ruins, and then swept down the highway along the Hebrus Valley. Philippopolis fell, leaving the Balkan defenses in collapse. Adrianople and Heraclea managed to resist, but Arcadiopolis was captured, adding to the immense spoils and countless prisoners. Theodosius finally assembled an army under Aspar, Ariobindus, and Arnagisclus, but the Romans were repeatedly defeated in a series of battles near the capital. The Huns cut them off from Constantinople, drove them back into the Chersonesus, and reached the sea both north and south of the city. Even Atharas, dangerously close to the walls of the capital, was occupied. Yet Constantinople itself was safe. The newly completed fortifications were too formidable to be assaulted. Instead, Attila turned his attention to the Roman field army, which he crushed in the Chersonesus. With that, organized resistance in the Balkans collapsed. The empire managed only one real success during the campaign, and it was not achieved by the regular army. A detachment of Huns, commanded by some of their most capable leaders, broke away from the main host and invaded Lower Moesia. Laden with plunder and captives, they eventually drew near the small but well-fortified town of Asimus, which stood on the Danube between Uskus and Ad Novas at the mouth of the Osma River. The townspeople, unwilling to rely solely on their walls, chose to defend themselves actively. Informed by spies of the Huns' movements and recognizing how burdened the raiders had become, the men of Asimus struck suddenly. Though heavily outnumbered, they inflicted serious losses on the enemy, freed many captives, and returned to their city almost unscathed. This victory, however, was an isolated one. After the crushing defeats suffered in the Chersonesus, the Eastern Emperor had no choice but to sue for peace. Negotiations were entrusted to Anatolius, a commander who had earlier concluded the war with Persia and who held the rank of Master of Soldiers in the East. Attila, satisfied that he had already gained what he wanted, imposed harsh terms. All fugitives from his dominions were to be surrendered without delay. The arrears of tribute were calculated at 6,000 pounds of gold, to be paid immediately. Moreover, the annual tribute agreed upon in 435 was now tripled. Henceforth, Attila would receive 2,100 pounds of gold each year. The ransom for Roman prisoners who escaped the Huns was raised from 8 to 12 solidi per head, and the empire was strictly forbidden to shelter fugitives from Hunnic rule in the future. This agreement was concluded by late August 443, in time for Theodosius to return from Asia Minor to Constantinople. Once the terms were settled, one of Attila's senior commanders, Scotta, arrived in Constantinople to collect the tribute and the fugitives. The gold was handed over, but the fugitives were not. Those unwilling to return had been massacred by the Romans, and among them were even some of Attila's relatives who had refused to submit to his authority. Scotta did not protest, but announced that another condition had been added to the treaty. The people of Asimus, who had humiliated the Huns, must be surrendered together with any prisoners they had taken. If not, the Hun army would remain in Roman territory, and the treaty would be void. Anatolius, assisted by Theodulus, the commander in Thrace, saw that refusal meant renewed war. They appealed to Scotta to withdraw his demand, but Attila's readiness to resume hostilities was unmistakable. Instead, they wrote to the citizens of Asimus, ordering them either to hand over the Roman prisoners they had freed or to pay 12 solidi for each one, in line with the new ransom rate. They were also told to release any Huns they had captured. The townsmen replied that the rescued Romans had long since dispersed to their homes and could not be brought back, and that they had already killed the Hun captives, sparing only 2 in hopes of exchanging them for local children taken outside the city walls. Attila's men searched for the missing children, but found no trace of them. Accepting this explanation, the Huns demanded only the return of the 2 surviving prisoners, which the townsfolk handed over. With that, the first Peace of Anatolius was ratified in the autumn of 443. Peace after the Treaty of 443 proved deceptive. Attila soon dispatched another embassy to Constantinople, raising questions about the return of fugitives. One embassy was followed by another, until the 4th appeared at the capital. On each occasion, Theodosius' ministers received the envoys with costly gifts, as custom required, while firmly declaring that no fugitives remained on Roman soil. This was likely true, but Attila's real aim was clear. The embassies gave his followers an opportunity to enrich themselves with lavish offerings from the imperial court. New grievances and minor complaints were manufactured endlessly, providing his lieutenants with steady streams of wealth. At the same time, the eastern frontiers of the empire were under strain everywhere. Although the Persians had withdrawn from Armenia in 442, their armies remained massed along the border, and since Anatolius had secured only a single year's truce, new hostilities were expected. Frontier defenses were further weakened by local landowners who had seized imperial estates, diverting men who once garrisoned the border into agricultural labor. To the west of Armenia lived the Tsani, whose barren lands drove them to constant raiding of Roman territory near Trapezus. In Asia Minor, the Isaurians poured from their mountains to plunder the countryside. Saracen tribes menaced provinces on the desert frontier, and even the kingdom of Axum in Ethiopia appeared troublesome. None of these threats alone endangered the empire, but each demanded troops, spreading the army thin. So, while Attila's ambassadors swarmed to Constantinople in 444, Roman forces were scattered across the provinces, leaving the government in no position to confront the Huns with firmness. Despite these pressures, Theodosius sought to strengthen his northern frontier. In September 443, barely a month after the end of fighting, he ordered Nomus, one of his most trusted ministers, to restore the defenses along the Danube, where Attila had first broken through in 441. The fortresses were to be repaired, and their garrisons restored to full strength. By 444, these tasks were evidently carried out to the emperor's satisfaction, for Nomus was rewarded with the consulship the following year. Yet, while these works progressed, the government could do little but receive Attila's envoys, load them with gifts, and answer each fresh demand as best it could. The plans of the Huns during these years remain obscure, as much of Priscus' record is lost. But one event is certain. Bleda was murdered by his younger brother. The exact date is uncertain, but all evidence points to 445. The reasons for their quarrel are unknown, yet the result was decisive. Bleda's followers and territories now came under Attila's direct control, leaving him without a rival for the rest of his life. To consolidate his authority, Attila turned to superstition. Around this time, a herdsman discovered an ancient sword buried in the grass, revealed by the blood of an injured animal. Attila proclaimed it the sword of the war god, a weapon once revered by earlier leaders of the Huns, and now restored to him. It was a divine sign, he declared, proof that his rule was sanctioned by heaven. Those who challenged his authority would face not only his power, but the will of the gods themselves. In these years, the Huns remained outwardly at peace, and life in their camps seemed remarkably different from the restless turmoil of the empire. One Roman captive later recalled their peacetime existence as carefree, with each man content with his lot and free from the troubles that plagued Roman society. A fragment of Priscus preserves a glimpse of Rome's diplomacy at this time. Theodosius sent Senator, a former consul and close advisor, as ambassador to Attila. Senator, however, dreaded the long overland journey and instead sailed across the Black Sea to Odessus, where he met Theodolus, then serving as commander in Thrace. From there, he continued north, most likely bound for a Hunnic encampment near the northern or northwestern shores of the Black Sea. This suggests that during these years, Attila had withdrawn into the heart of his domains, consolidating his power after eliminating his brother. The Huns struck the Eastern Roman Empire again in 447, their second great invasion. No source explains the pretext, but the underlying reason is clear enough. Under Attila, constant plunder was a necessity for their society. One thing, however, is certain. The peace was not broken through any fault of the Roman government. Had it been otherwise, Priscus, who was never slow to criticize, would surely have made the point at length. The truth is that the empire had suffered enough without provoking an attack. The winter following the Peace of Anatolius was one of unusual severity. Snow remained on the ground for half a year, and thousands of people and animals perished from the cold. The following year brought violent storms to Bithynia, destroying whole towns and farms. In 445, riots in the Circus of Constantinople left many dead, followed by a plague that carried off more of the population. Shortages of food and another outbreak of disease marked the next year. Theodosius's ministers were in no condition to gamble with the northern frontier. Attila chose this moment, at the height of his power, to launch his new campaign in the spring of 447. Contemporary observers described it as greater than his earlier assault, and he did not march alone. The Gepids under their king Ardaric, the Goths under Valamir, and other subject peoples joined the Hun squadrons. The invasion swept through Lower Scythia and Moesia, bypassing the new defenses recently raised by Nomus. For once, Attila faced the full strength of the Eastern Roman field armies, since no other fronts distracted them at that moment. But nature struck a crippling blow before the armies even clashed. A massive series of earthquakes began on January 26th and lasted 4 months, said by witnesses to be the worst in memory. Villages were destroyed, the sea rose against the land, and Constantinople itself suffered grievously. 57 towers of the Theodosian walls crumbled, leaving gaping breaches. Panic swept the capital, compounded by a fresh outbreak of plague among those trapped in the ruins. Yet the city rallied. Under the leadership of the circus factions, and directed by the Praetorian prefect Flavius Constantinus, the walls were repaired in just 60 days, and a new outer wall was added. Constantinople now stood behind 3 lines of defense, over 100 feet high and nearly 200 feet thick. Inscriptions still preserved celebrate the feat, though the poetry hardly matches the achievement. The defense of the capital was placed in the hands of Flavius Zeno, an Isaurian commanding a large force of his own people. Why men traditionally hostile to the empire were entrusted with such a role remains unclear, but their appointment did little to reassure the plague-stricken citizens. Many fled as the Huns drew near, though claims that Theodosius himself prepared to run are likely exaggerated. The emperor was not entirely unready. The decisive clash came near the river Utus in Dacia Ripensis. Attila's forces met the imperial army advancing from Marcianople under the command of Arnagisclus, a German officer notorious for the murder of the Vandal John, but now master of the soldiers in Thrace. He resisted more stubbornly than any Roman commander had yet managed. In a desperate battle he fought with great courage, losing his horse but continuing the struggle until he himself fell. Attila won the day, but at heavy cost. Some suspect that this battle inflicted wounds from which the Huns never fully recovered. It was, in fact, Attila's last clear victory over Roman arms. Marcianople, the general's base and the largest city of Thrace, was left defenseless and was destroyed, lying in ruins until rebuilt a century later. The Huns did not attempt Constantinople itself, for the newly restored walls were unassailable. Instead, They ravaged the Balkan provinces with shocking ferocity. Thrace, Illyricum, both provinces of Dacia, Moesia, and Scythia, all suffered devastation. Then, turning south, they pressed into Greece, pushing as far as Thermopylae before being halted. The details of this invasion remain even more obscure than those of 441, but the scale of destruction is beyond doubt. A contemporary account by Callinicus in the life of Saint Hypatius paints the horror. More than 100 cities were said to have fallen. Churches and monasteries were sacked. Monks and maidens were slain, and the land was drenched in blood. Others put the figure nearer 70 towns, but the devastation was still enormous. A Gallic chronicler observed bitterly that while the east lay in ruins, the west sent no aid, suggesting that some in Rome believed Aetius had abandoned Constantinople in its hour of need. Later, Count Marcellinus summed up the campaign with grim force. Attila, he said, had ground almost the whole of Europe into the dust. The 3 years after the devastating invasion of 447 were marked not by fresh battles, but by diplomacy. The Romans, drained of military strength, could rely only on their envoys. Yet through persistence and tact, they gained more than might have been expected. Unlike the obscurity surrounding the war itself, the diplomacy of these years is unusually well documented. This is because Priscus, who personally served on the main embassy of 449, devoted a lengthy and detailed account to what he witnessed. Before turning to his narrative, however, it is necessary to describe one more campaign of Attila in Eastern Europe, the last he would wage there. A people known as the Akatziri became his targets. Priscus considered them to be a branch of the Huns, and there is no reason to doubt this. Their homeland is difficult to pinpoint precisely. One account placed them far north, near the mouth of the Vistula, bordered by the Aesti to the east, and settled further south by other tribes. Yet Priscus's description suggests a location much closer to the Black Sea, perhaps near the Sea of Azov. Later evidence indicates that when new peoples pressed into Europe, the Akatziri were the first to feel their attacks, suggesting they lived in a region not far from the approaches to Persia. Some scholars believe their name is of Old Turkish origin, meaning forest people, though the exact interpretation is debated. They were remembered for their strength and courage. They had no knowledge of farming, but lived as pastoral nomads, sustaining themselves on their herds and by hunting. Their society was organized by clans and tribes, each under its own chief. In material culture, they belonged to the simpler level of pastoral life, much like the Huns themselves before their great conquests. How they had survived the rapid expansion of Attila and Bleda earlier in the century without being subdued remains unclear, though it may be that the Huns had not yet pressed so far east. For a time, the Akatziri remained on friendly terms with the Huns. Their position, however, gave them considerable strategic importance. As an independent power at the rear of Attila's dominions, they could be useful to Constantinople, and the Eastern Roman government followed a long-standing policy of encouraging such peoples as counterweights to hostile tribes across the frontier. Theodosius therefore sent gifts to their leaders in an effort to draw them into alliance with the empire. Unfortunately, the envoy he dispatched failed to recognize the subtleties of Akatzirian society. Among the chiefs was Coriticus, who ranked above the others. Protocol required that he be given precedence, but instead, he received his gifts second. Feeling insulted, Coriticus turned to Attila and urged him to punish the rival chiefs who had been favored over him. Attila seized the opportunity. His forces marched swiftly and, after a series of clashes, subdued the Akatziri. He then summoned Kyrodakis to appear before him. But the chief, wary of his benefactor's motives, replied with a carefully veiled refusal. "It was difficult for a man to look upon a god," he said. "If the sun itself could not be stared at directly, how could one gaze safely upon the greatest of gods?" His caution saved him. Attila allowed him to remain ruler of his own tribe, but placed the rest of the Akatsiri under the authority of his eldest son, Elak. Thus Theodosius' hopes of gaining a valuable ally behind Attila's lines collapsed, and no further attempt was made to win influence among the peoples of the Pontic steppes. In 448 peace was re-established along the northern frontier, though the precise negotiations that secured it remain obscure. What is clear is that the same Anatolius who had concluded the settlement of 443 once again served as Rome's chief envoy. The terms, however, were harsher than before. Attila demanded that the Romans evacuate a vast strip of territory south of the Danube, stretching from Singidunum to Nove, a distance of some 300 miles, and extending 5 days' journey deep into Roman lands, roughly 100 miles or more. This meant abandoning all of Dacia Ripensis and large parts of 3 neighboring provinces, shifting the frontier line as far back as Naissus. The Danube, once the great fortified barrier of the Eastern Empire, ceased to be its effective border. Tribute payments were also to continue, though the precise amount is uncertain. For the next 2 years, Roman diplomacy revolved around attempts to soften these conditions. In the spring of 449, one of Attila's most influential lieutenants, Adeco, arrived in Constantinople. He had been present during the negotiations of the previous year and now returned accompanied by another of Attila's trusted men, Orestes. Though serving the Huns, Orestes was himself Roman by birth, a native of Pannonia, and later father of the boy who would become the last Western emperor. Adeco brought a letter from Attila, delivered in the palace and translated by Bigelas, the imperial interpreter who had long dealt with the Huns. Attila's message accused the Romans of failing to surrender all fugitives and of not evacuating the Danubian lands as agreed. If these obligations were not met at once, he threatened to resume the war. He also demanded that Rome send high-ranking ambassadors, former consuls of the empire, to settle remaining disputes, promising that if they came, he would ride as far as Sardica to meet them. It was, in essence, another attempt to extract concessions through intimidation, much as he had done after the earlier peace of 443. This time, however, the Roman government resolved upon a desperate stratagem: to rid themselves of Attila by assassination. After Adeco's formal audience in the palace, he was taken to meet the emperor's most powerful minister, the eunuch Chrysaphius. For several years, Chrysaphius had dominated the court of Theodosius, controlling policy and wealth alike. Though accused by his enemies of greed, he was above all a shrewd manipulator of power. Now he turned his talents to eliminating Attila. Adeco was dazzled by the grandeur of the imperial palaces, and Chrysaphius, through Bigelas, suggested that he too might enjoy such riches if he abandoned his allegiance to the Huns. Adeco protested that he could not betray his master without permission. But when Chrysaphius pressed further, asking if he had access to Attila and any authority among the Huns, Adeco admitted that as one of the chosen guards, it was his duty to protect the ruler personally for part of each day. Chrysaphius then swore an oath of secrecy and revealed his plan. If Adeco returned north, killed Attila, and escaped back to Constantinople, he would live in luxury and wealth for the rest of his life. Adeco agreed, but said he would need 50 pounds of gold to secure the loyalty of those under his command. Chrysaphius was ready to provide it immediately. but Edeko objected. Attila, he explained, always examined carefully what gifts and payments his envoys received, and such a sum could never be concealed. Instead, he proposed that he return home as though nothing unusual had happened, while Bigilus accompanied him on a mission concerning the fugitives. Bigilus would then instruct him on how to receive the gold discreetly. Chrysaphius accepted this alteration. The minister rushed to inform Theodosius, who called in Martialis, the master of the offices, to refine the plan. They decided to add another layer of deception. Along with Bigilus, they would dispatch Maximinus, a respected nobleman, on a formal embassy to Attila. Maximinus would be kept ignorant of the plot, his sole task being to deliver the emperor's reply to Attila's letter. This reply stated that Bigilus was merely an interpreter, while Maximinus was a man of high rank and close to the emperor. It further declared that Rome had no reason to provoke Attila, since all fugitives had been returned, including the last 17 recently in imperial custody. Orally, Maximinus was to add that Attila should not insist on envoys of consular rank, for neither he nor other rulers of the steppe had previously dealt with such dignitaries. This, however, was a deliberate falsehood, since men of the highest status, like Anatolius and Senator, had indeed served as ambassadors before. Theodosius's reluctance to send another such figure stemmed from fear. If the plot were discovered, no eminent Roman would ever leave Attila's camp alive. Thus, under these perilous circumstances, Maximinus set out as Rome's official envoy, while Bigilus carried the darker mission that could alter the balance of power in Europe. In the early summer of 449, a Roman embassy rode out from Constantinople, led by Maximinus. He was a man of standing, though not of the very highest rank, and had first appeared in public life as a commissioner for the Theodosian Code. Within a few years, he had advanced to greater responsibilities, and by this time was considered a reliable, if not especially brilliant, official. It was likely for this reason that the emperor and his advisors entrusted him with the dangerous task of negotiating with Attila, accompanied by the interpreter Bigilus. Fortune has preserved his story, for Maximinus asked his friend Priscus, who would later become our main authority on these events, to join him as a companion on the journey. Priscus himself had not yet entered history before this point. He may have been attached to one of the imperial offices under the master of the offices, which might explain how Maximinus came to know him. On this embassy, he served not as a formal official, but as a close advisor, in the tradition of attaching philosophers or sophists to embassies to provide eloquence and counsel. Rusticius also joined the party, seeking to settle personal business with one of Attila's secretaries. A native of Moesia, who had long lived among the Huns as a captive, Rusticius was one of the few Romans fluent in their tongue and proved invaluable to the mission. The group also included Edeko, the Hun commander secretly entangled in a plot to kill Attila, Orestes, the Roman-born secretary in Hun service, several lesser Huns, attendants, and drivers for the pack animals that carried food and diplomatic gifts. Roman ambassadors traveled provisioned by their own state, rather than relying on the lands they passed through, so they rode heavily laden. After 13 days, they reached Sardica, a city still lying in ruins since the Hun invasion of 441. There, Maximinus prepared a dinner for Edeko and the senior Huns of the party, purchasing livestock from the few inhabitants who still lingered among the wreckage. The meal passed uneasily. When the Huns toasted Attila, Maximinus raised the name of Theodosius in return, but Bigilus, clumsy as ever, remarked that it was improper to mention a god, that is, the emperor, in the same breath as a mere man. The Huns took offense, and the Roman hosts were forced to change the subject and pour more wine to soothe tempers. Maximinus later tried to smooth relations further by presenting Edeco and Orestes with costly pearls and fine silk. Yet an odd exchange followed. After Edeco departed, Orestes lingered and remarked cryptically that Maximinus had avoided the error of Roman officials who once dined only with Edeco, and gave him exclusive gifts. The ambassador, puzzled, asked what he meant, but Orestes withdrew without explanation. The next morning, still troubled, Maximinus and Priscus discussed the matter with Bigellus. The interpreter brushed it off, saying Orestes had no right to feel slighted. He was only a secretary, while Edeco was a Hun warrior of high rank. Then, with breathtaking indiscretion, Bigellus went straight to Edeco and repeated Orestes' words. He returned saying that he had barely calmed Edeco's anger. What Bigellus failed to see was that Orestes had likely guessed the existence of a plot, and that Edeco, already betraying the conspiracy, had seized the chance to inform his companions. In truth, Attila already knew of the plan against him, the sum of gold promised to Edeco, and even the content of the emperor's letter carried by Maximinus. The embassy pressed on to Nisus, where the devastation of nomadic war was plain to see. Once adorned by Constantine, the city now lay in ruins. Buildings lay collapsed. The streets were deserted save for a few sick souls lingering in church hostels, and bones of the slain covered the riverbank. 6 years after its fall, no attempt at rebuilding had been made. The ambassadors set their camp upstream, away from the grisly remains. Soon after, they encountered Agintheus, commander of Roman forces in Illyricum, and instructed him to surrender 5 of the 17 fugitives Attila had demanded. Agintheus handed them over with words of comfort, and the embassy continued deeper into the world of the Huns. The next stage of the embassy's journey brought them to the Danube, where they were ferried across in rough boats carved from single tree trunks. They traveled with groups of Huns preparing for Attila's arrival, for the king planned to cross the river and hunt in newly secured territories south of the frontier. After passing some 70 stades beyond the river, the Romans were ordered to halt while Edeco's companions rode ahead to announce their presence. That evening, as the Romans sat down to their meal, the sound of galloping horses broke the stillness, and 2 Huns appeared, summoning them to prepare for an audience with their master. The newcomers accepted food from the Romans and joined their supper, then guided them the following day toward Attila's encampment. From a hilltop, the ambassadors looked down upon a vast sea of tents spread across the plain. But when they attempted to camp where they stood, their escorts rebuked them. They could not pitch their tents above Attila's. Forced to descend to the plain, they were confronted by Edeco, Orestes, Scotta, and other lieutenants of the Hun leader. These men brusquely demanded to know the purpose of the Roman mission. The bluntness of the question stunned the Romans into silence. The Huns repeated it with growing anger until Maximinus firmly replied that he had been ordered to address Attila alone. Scotta retorted that the question had come directly from Attila, otherwise they would never have bothered to meet them. Maximinus stood his ground, declaring that no envoy could reveal his message before reaching the ruler to whom he was sent, and reminded them that Huns themselves, in their visits to Constantinople, knew these diplomatic conventions well. His insistence left the Huns no choice but to withdraw. Yet, when they returned a short while later, Edeco was noticeably absent, and to Maximinus's amazement, they recited word for word the contents of the emperor's letter and the instructions he carried. They ended by ordering the Romans to leave the frontier at once, unless they had something more to add. Perplexed at how their secrets had been betrayed, Maximinus nevertheless refused to speak to anyone but Attila and demanded fair treatment. The Huns dismissed him curtly. The Romans prepared to depart in gloom. Bigilas turned on Maximinus, scolding him for refusing to improvise. A lie, he insisted, would have been better than returning home empty-handed. He even claimed that, had he been allowed to address Attila personally, he could have resolved the dispute at once, boasting of the friendship he had once enjoyed during earlier embassies. He had not yet realized that it was Edeco who had betrayed the plot. With nightfall approaching, Maximinus ordered the packs strapped to the horses, but before they could depart, another group of Huns arrived bearing gifts of ox meat and fish, said to be from Attila himself, and invited them to remain until morning. Their hopes for better treatment were short-lived, for the next day the same men returned with the same ultimatum. Unless they had something more to say, they must go. Maximinus, sunk in dejection, remained silent, while Bigilas again urged him to pretend he had further instructions. Seeing his friend disheartened, Priscus resolved to act. With Rusticius to interpret, he approached Scotta privately, offering rich gifts from Maximinus's stores in exchange for arranging an interview with Attila. To flatter and provoke him at once, he said that he had heard Scotta held great influence, but would only believe it when he saw it in action. Scotta, offended, declared that none in the camp wielded more authority than he, and spurred away in anger to prove it. Soon after, Maximinus, encouraged by Priscus's initiative, called back his departing servants. Scotta returned and summoned them to Attila's tent. Guards thronged around the king's dwelling, but the Romans were admitted without delay. Inside, Attila sat on a wooden chair, his squat frame and broad face leaving a powerful impression on Priscus. The deep-set eyes, flat nose, and sparse beard gave him an appearance both harsh and forbidding. Maximinus advanced, presented the emperor's letter, and declared that Theodosius prayed for the well-being of the Hun ruler and his people. Attila answered darkly that the Romans would meet the same fate they wished for him, a reply Maximinus failed to grasp, still unaware of the exposed assassination plot. Then, turning on Bigilas with fury, Attila accused him of breaking the treaty by coming before the return of all Hun fugitives. Bigilas protested that no fugitives remained, but Attila's rage only grew. He berated him as a shameless creature who would have been impaled and left for the birds if not for the protection of his office. Calling on his secretaries, Attila had the names of missing Huns read aloud and insisted that many still lived within Roman territory. He ordered Bigilas to leave and declared that he would send Esla, an old envoy of Rua, back with him to Constantinople to secure final agreement on the return of all defectors since the days when Carpilio, son of Aetius, had been a hostage. Attila would not allow men he called his slaves to serve in the Roman army. Grimly, he added that even if they did, they would be of little use when war returned. War which he assured them would come unless every deserter was restored. With that, he dismissed the Romans, instructing Maximinus not to leave Hun lands until an answer arrived to the emperor's letter. Thus ended the first tense audience. Apart from his unlucky greeting, Maximinus had spoken almost nothing. Back in their tent, the Roman envoys discussed the harsh words they had just endured. Bigilas could not understand why Attila had treated him with such anger, since on an earlier occasion, when he had accompanied Anatolius, the Hun leader had received him calmly. Priscus suggested that Attila must have heard of his tactless remark during the dinner at Sardica, when he had spoken of Theodosius as a god, and reduced Attila to the rank of a mere man. Maximinus thought the same. but Bigelas remained unsettled. While they spoke, Edeko appeared and called Bigelas outside. Still pretending loyalty to the plot, he reminded the interpreter that he must bring out from Constantinople the 50 pounds of gold that had been promised for his followers. Once gone, Bigelas returned to say that Edeko, too, had suffered from Attila's anger over the fugitives. Soon after, messengers from the Hun leader arrived with strict orders. The Romans were to buy nothing in Hun territory except food until every dispute had been resolved. This rule was a dangerous trap for Bigelas. If he returned with Esla to Constantinople, knowing he could not legally purchase anything in Hun lands, how could he explain away such a large quantity of gold when it was brought out to Edeko? The envoys also declared that Maximinus must remain in Attila's dominions until Onegesius returned to camp. Onegesius, brother of Scotta and second only to Attila in power, had been sent away to establish Elik, Attila's eldest son, as ruler of the Akatsiri. While Maximinus waited, Bigelas set out for Constantinople, convinced that the assassination plot would succeed if only he could bring back the gold. The following day, the Huns broke camp and moved northward. The Romans, however, were led by another route, for Attila planned to visit a village where he intended to marry the daughter of a man named Eskam. Their journey carried them across wide plains and several rivers, though their names are now forgotten. They passed through villages, stopped at a lake where a violent storm nearly destroyed their belongings, and were welcomed in a settlement ruled by one of Bleda's widows. She offered food and, as a sign of hospitality, presented them with women, whom they declined. In return, they gave her gifts: 3 silver cups, furs, Indian pepper, dates, and other goods prized among the nomads. 7 days later, their guides halted them at a village so Attila's great cavalcade could pass ahead. Here, the eastern envoys encountered ambassadors from the Western Empire. Among them was Romulus, father-in-law to Orestes, one of Attila's Roman-born lieutenants, and future father of the boy who would reign as the last Western emperor. With him came Promotus, governor of Noricum, Romanus, an army officer, Tatulus, Orestes' father, and Constantius, secretary sent by Attius himself. After Attila had ridden past, the two groups of ambassadors continued together until they reached the headquarters of the nomads. It was the largest settlement the Romans had yet seen, placed in the middle of a treeless plain, ideal for cavalry maneuvers and impossible to surprise. Attila's houses stood on a natural mound, built of polished wood and surrounded by a palisade decorated with towers, not for defense, but for display. A second palisade enclosed the dwellings of Onegesius. Among them stood a striking stone bathhouse, constructed by a Roman architect captured when Sirmium had fallen years earlier. He had hoped to win freedom by building it, but instead remained enslaved, now serving as bath attendant to Onegesius and his friends. When Attila rode into the village, the Romans witnessed a display of ceremonial splendor. Lines of young women stood beneath white linen canopies, singing in the Hun tongue as he passed. Onegesius' wife stepped forward with her attendants, offering delicacies and a silver goblet of wine. Attila accepted the gifts, tasted them from horseback, and rode on toward his own enclosure, leaving the ambassadors housed with Onegesius. He had just returned from his failed attempt to install Elik as king of the Akatsiri, for the prince had broken his wrist during the journey. His wife received the Romans warmly, and they later pitched their tents near Attila's palisade, ready to be summoned. The next day, Maximinus sent Priscus to present the gifts intended for Onegesius and inquire when they might meet Attila again. As Priscus waited at the gates of his palisade, he was greeted in Greek by a man who outwardly looked like a Hun. This startled him, for Greek was rarely heard in the camp except from ragged prisoners dragged from Thrace or Illyricum. The man before him, however, was neatly dressed, with the distinct style of the ruling Huns. Curious, Priscus asked who he was and how he came to live among the nomads. The man laughed and admitted he was Greek by birth. The conversation that followed proved so extraordinary and so revealing that Priscus later recorded it in full. A glimpse into the strange intersections of cultures on the frontier of Rome and the Huns. When the gates of Onegesius' enclosure finally opened, Priscus was ushered inside and, after a short wait, introduced to Attila's powerful lieutenant. Onegesius received the gifts politely and promised to call upon Maximinus. Soon after, he entered the Roman ambassador's tent, thanked him for the presents, and asked what service was required. Speaking on behalf of Theodosius, Maximinus urged him to travel to Constantinople, where he could negotiate a settlement of all disputes. Such an act, he said, would bring lasting honor to Onegesius and secure friendship with the emperor for himself and his descendants. Onegesius, however, immediately rejected the suggestion. Was he being asked to betray Attila and abandon his family, his wives, and his homeland? He would never do so, he declared, for it was better to live as a servant under Attila than as a wealthy man among the Romans. With that, he withdrew, proving himself even less pliable than Adeco. The next day, Priscus carried gifts to Attila's wife, Herica, mother of Elec, which allowed him to see the interior of Attila's fortified compound. Passing through a crowd of nomads, he entered her tent and found her reclining on a rug spread across the felt-covered floor. Her handmaid sat before her, embroidering colored threads into linen garments for the Huns. The interview was brief. Priscus greeted her, presented the gifts, and departed. Outside, he wandered freely through the camp, for the guards now recognized him and did not interfere. Hoping to encounter Onegesius, he lingered, but instead found himself swept up in the commotion that followed Attila's appearance. The Hun leader strode arrogantly from his dwelling, listening to the disputes of his people, dispensing rough justice in front of the crowd, and then returning inside to meet an embassy from another barbarian nation. While waiting, Priscus spoke with the envoys from the Western Empire. They asked if Maximinus was being detained or dismissed, and Priscus admitted he did not yet know. Their conversation turned to Attila's fierce temper. Romulus, leader of the Western delegation, and a man Priscus greatly respected, declared that Attila would no longer hear any request unless it served his own advantage. No one, he said, had ever ruled the Scythians, or any people, with such rapid success. He believed Attila now aimed to march against Persia, and that nothing would prevent him from reaching it. Some present even hoped he would indeed turn eastward, giving Rome a respite. Others, however, feared that the fall of Persia would only doom the empire, for Attila would not permit an independent Rome once he had crushed the Persians. The recent discovery of the so-called Sword of the War God seemed to signal that his power was destined to grow even greater. At last, Onegesius reappeared. The Romans approached, but he brushed them aside, speaking instead to his followers. Then he asked Priscus about the possibility of sending an ambassador of consular rank. Which man, he wanted to know, would likely be dispatched. Priscus carried the question back to Maximinus, who replied that the government wished Onegesius himself to come to Constantinople, but if that were impossible, they would send any envoy the Huns might choose. This response seemed important to Onegesius, who immediately summoned Maximinus to Attila. Priscus was not admitted, but when Maximinus returned, he reported that Attila had demanded the presence of one of 3 men, Nomus, Anatolius, or Senator, who had previously dealt with him. He would accept no others, and hinted that refusal would mean war. That evening, word arrived from Tatulus, the father of Orestes, that Attila required their attendance at a banquet. At the appointed hour, the eastern and western Romans gathered at the entrance to the hall within Attila's compound. According to custom, they were offered drink before being seated. Priscus then observed the setting. Along the side stood the chairs for Attila's warriors and guests. At the center, facing the entrance, was Attila's own couch. Behind it stood another, empty, and above both, on a raised dais, a bed screened with embroidered curtains. It became clear that Attila, unlike Roman rulers, slept in the very hall where he feasted. At the banquet, the place of honor beside Attila was given to Onagesios, the most influential man after the Hun leader himself. On Attila's left sat Bericus, with the Roman envoys seated next to him. 2 of Attila's sons sat before their father, their eyes lowered in fear. When all were seated, a wine-bearer entered and offered a goblet to Attila. He raised it in a toast to Bericus, who immediately stood, as custom demanded, and drank before handing the cup back. Each guest then repeated the same ritual, including the Romans, who toasted Attila in turn. Tables were set, one for every 3 or 4 men, piled with meat, bread, and delicacies served on silver taken from Roman cities. To the Romans it seemed a fine banquet, but they noted with surprise that Attila ate plainly. His plate and cup were wooden, and he ate only meat. Unlike his richly adorned followers, he wore simple shoes without jewels, and carried no sword at his side. His austerity stood in stark contrast to the splendor of those around him. When the meal ended, torches were lit, and 2 Huns stepped forward to sing songs celebrating Attila's victories. Their voices stirred different emotions among the guests. Some listened with joy, others grew restless as they recalled past wars, and older warriors wept, their strength long since gone. The mood then shifted again as a madman was brought in, shouting nonsense that provoked wild laughter. After him came Zerko, the dwarf once owned by Bleda. Having lost his wife when he was forced to the west, he had returned in hopes of regaining her. Dressed in a comical costume and speaking in a jumble of Latin, Gothic, and Hunnic, he kept the hall roaring with laughter. Yet Attila himself sat unmoved, his expression cold and stern. Then, as the laughter echoed, the youngest son of Attila, Ernak, entered the hall. He walked to his father's side, and for the first time Priscus saw the fierce leader's face soften. Attila gently stroked the boy's cheek, a gesture of tenderness he never showed his other sons. Curious, Priscus asked a Hun beside him what it meant. The man, after swearing him to secrecy, explained that soothsayers had foretold that Attila's line would fall but be restored through Ernak. The Romans were struck by this revelation. The banquet went on until dawn, but they withdrew earlier, unwilling to join in the endless drinking. The next morning they informed Onagesius that they wished to leave, believing their mission had reached its end. Permission was quickly granted, since the Romans had agreed to Attila's demand regarding future envoys. A letter was drafted for Theodosius, written down by Rusticius. That day the Romans were entertained again by Attila's wife Herica, along with some of his leading men, and were offered wine, each cup followed by an embrace and kiss from their Hun hosts. On the following evening another banquet was held, though less eventful than the first. This time the place of honor beside Attila was given to his uncle Ubarcius, who was still alive, though much younger than Attila's late brothers Rua and Oktar. During the meal, Attila spoke directly with Maximinus, pressing the claim of his Roman secretary Constantius, who wished to marry the daughter of a wealthy man named Saturninus. The discussion was long and tedious, leaving the ambassador little patience. 3 days later, the Romans were given gifts and set out on their return journey to Constantinople, accompanied by Bericus, who had been appointed to deliver messages and collect his own rewards. Along the way, they witnessed grim scenes of Hun justice. In one village, a captured Roman spy was about to be impaled, and in another they saw 2 Hun slaves crucified for murdering their masters. Bericus, at first amiable, grew distant and quarrelsome once they crossed the Danube. He demanded back the horse he had given Maximinus and refused to ride or eat with the envoys. Only when they reached Constantinople did he reveal his anger. Maximinus had told him that powerful German generals like Aspar and Ariobindus had lost influence at court, and this slight to his allies had enraged him. Nevertheless, the embassy returned home safely by a different route, passing through Philippopolis and Adrianople. In the end, Maximinus and his companions had conducted an almost impossible mission with remarkable tact, composure, and dignity. As Maximinus and Priscus made their way from Philippopolis to Adrianople, they encountered Baegilas the interpreter, who was heading back to Attila's settlement with the 50 pounds of gold he believed would bribe Edeco's men to assassinate their leader. After a brief exchange about what had taken place after his departure, Baegilas continued on, unaware that the plot had already been exposed and that he was walking into a trap. When he finally reached Attila, he was immediately arrested. The gold was seized, and Attila demanded to know why he was carrying such a large sum. Baegilas gave a prepared explanation. He said the money was meant to buy food for himself and his servants, to replace any worn-out animals during the long journey, and to ransom Roman captives whose relatives had entrusted him with funds. Attila thundered back that no excuses would save him, for the amount was far too large to be justified by these reasons, and besides, ransoming prisoners had already been forbidden. Baegilas had foolishly brought his young son with him, and Attila ordered that the boy be put to the sword unless his father revealed the truth. Overcome with despair, Baegilas begged that the punishment fall upon him instead of his innocent child. In the end, he confessed everything: the conspiracy between Edeco, Chrysaphius, and the emperor himself. Attila, already informed by Edeco, knew the confession was genuine. He placed Baegilas in chains, but spared his son, sending him back to Constantinople with Orestes and Esla. The boy was to return with another 50 pounds of gold to ransom his father. Attila instructed Orestes to wear the purse that had carried the original gold and show it to the emperor and Chrysaphius, demanding if they recognized it. Esla was given a sharp message to deliver. Theodosius's father Arcadius had been noble, and Attila's own father Mundiach had been noble as well. Yet while Attila had preserved his father's virtues, Theodosius had disgraced his lineage by becoming a slave to Attila, paying tribute but plotting against his master in secret like a treacherous servant. Theodosius would only be forgiven if Chrysaphius were handed over for punishment. This demand came at the very moment when Chrysaphius's enemies in the empire were also seeking his destruction. Zeno the Isaurian, who had defended Constantinople in the crisis of 447, had risen to great power and was now master of the soldiers in the east. He set himself against Chrysaphius. The tension grew worse when Attila's Roman secretary Constantius, to whom the emperor had promised the daughter of a wealthy man named Saturninus, was denied his bride. Zeno had abducted the woman and given her in marriage to one of his own men, Rufus. Constantius complained bitterly to Attila, who then insisted during his banquet with Maximinus that the secretary must receive another bride of equal wealth and standing. Attila went further, suggesting that if Theodosius could not recover the woman from Zeno, he himself would gladly join the emperor in an alliance to destroy the Isaurian commander. What might have happened had Theodosius agreed to such an extraordinary plan, we cannot say, but the proposal hints at how far Attila's influence reached. Zeno's interference appears to have been aimed solely at undermining Chrysaphius. The emperor retaliated by confiscating the bride's property, which Zeno had hoped to secure for Rufus. Convinced Chrysaphius was behind this act, Zeno began demanding the eunuch's death, echoing Attila's call for his execution. With threats closing in from both outside and within, Chrysaphius decided to appease the more dangerous enemy first. Attila had already declared he would only negotiate with Anatolius, Nomus, or Senator. The government yielded, and Chrysaphius chose Anatolius and Nomus. Their task was to calm Attila's fury and persuade him to uphold the peace of 448, while promising that Constantius would be given another wife of noble birth and wealth. They were also to explain that among the Romans, no woman could be forced to marry against her will, a custom Attila likely found strange. To ensure Attila's goodwill, Chrysaphius personally sent a sum of gold. In the spring of 450, Anatolius and Nomus crossed the Danube, bringing with them the son of Bigilus and the extra gold to free his father. Attila rode south as far as the river Drecken to meet them. Though he greeted them with arrogance, their rich gifts and careful diplomacy soon softened his stance. They achieved remarkable success. Attila swore to maintain the peace under the conditions of the 448 treaty, to drop his demands concerning fugitives already sheltered in Roman lands, and most importantly, to withdraw from the great strip of territory south of the Danube he had previously forced the Romans to abandon. Bigilus was released, the demand for Chrysaphius' life was dropped, and Attila even freed many Roman captives without ransom. As a gesture of goodwill, he also presented the envoys with horses and furs. Constantius accompanied them back to the empire to claim his promised bride, and Theodosius arranged for him to marry a wealthy widow of noble rank, the daughter-in-law of the former General Plintha. With this union secured, the agreement was sealed. The Third Treaty of Anatolius was a triumph for the Eastern government, giving the empire a rare respite from the Hun menace. In the early summer of 450, many must have believed that peace on the northern frontier was finally secure. Yet fate had other plans. On July 26th, while hunting near the river Lycus not far from his capital, Theodosius fell from his horse and suffered a broken spine. 2 days later, the emperor was dead. After the crushing defeat of Litorius at Toulouse in 439, Attila's dealings with the Western Empire slipped into obscurity. One thing is clear. After the massacre of Litorius's Hun troops, Attila sent no further reinforcements to Attius. Without this crucial support, the Roman landlords of Gaul suffered several setbacks. Their chief enemies remained the same as in the previous decade: the Burgundians, the Visigoths, and the rebellious Bagaudae of Armorica, and each continued to absorb Aetius's attention throughout the 440s. He settled the shattered remnants of the Burgundians in Savoy in 443, though the broader consequences of this act are lost to us. Far less clear, but far more significant for Attila's later designs, were the roles played by the Visigoths and the Bagaudae on the eve of his western campaigns. Back in 433, Aetius had fled to the Huns to escape assassination plots by Empress Placidia and by Sebastian, the son-in-law of Boniface. Sebastian's fortunes fluctuated, but his hostility to Aetius never waned. By 440, we find him a guest at the court of the Visigothic king Theodoric, even leading forces that seized Barcelona. Such support makes plain that Theodoric's enmity toward Aetius survived even after the Treaty of 439. It persisted into the mid-440s when Gothic forces aided the Suevi in raiding Spain, something that could not have happened without Theodoric's blessing. This alliance was sealed in 449 when the Suevian king Reciarius married Theodoric's daughter. The devastation of Spain in these years can therefore be laid, at least in part, at the door of Visigothic policy. The hostility between Aetius and Theodoric remained a defining feature of Western politics on the eve of Attila's intervention. The Bagodai, though beaten by Litorius's Huns in 437, remained a constant thorn in the empire's side. Economic oppression and social breakdown kept their rebellion alive. Spain was torn by the struggle between imperial forces and peasant insurgents, while in Gaul, the movement revived again within a few years. In 442, Aetius had settled Alans near Orléans to keep watch over Armorica, and soon gave them license to attack the rebels under their king Gor. The Alans were stopped only by the intervention of Bishop Germanus of Auxerre. The Bagodai were once again led by Tibato, who had survived his earlier defeat and captivity. His fate in this renewed struggle remains uncertain, but it likely ended badly for him. A more striking episode is preserved in a Gallic chronicle, which tells of Eudoxius, a physician by profession, who joined the Bagodai. Though well-educated and privileged, he was accused of betrayal and fled to the Huns. His case shows that the rebels attracted not only peasants, but also men of higher standing, confirming reports that the movement drew in people of wealth, education, and noble birth who had lost faith in the imperial system. Thus, by the late 440s, Aetius faced persistent enemies in both the Visigoths and the Bagodai. Yet his relations with Attila seemed outwardly secure, at least until the matter of Eudoxius. Before the Roman embassy of Maximinus in 449, Aetius had even sent an Italian named Constantius to Attila to act as his Latin secretary. This was not unusual. Aetius had long dispatched such men, both as gestures of goodwill and as a means of gathering intelligence on Hun intentions. An earlier secretary, also named Constantius, had been executed by crucifixion on suspicion of treachery sometime before 445. After Bleda's death, Aetius and Attila still maintained friendly ties, symbolized by the dispatch of another Constantius and the curious gift of Bleda's dwarf, Zirco. Attila was even granted the Roman title of Master of the Soldiers in the Western Empire, not to give him real command of legions, but to provide him with subsidies in grain and pay, a practice often extended to foreign rulers. By 449, however, the alliance was strained. Priscus later encountered West Roman envoys at Attila's camp, whose purpose was to soothe tensions and restore good relations. The dispute centered on an old grievance. During the campaign of 441, as Sirmium faced capture, Constantius had taken gold plate from the city's bishop on the promise that it would be used either to ransom him if taken captive, or to redeem townsfolk if he were slain. When the city fell and its inhabitants were enslaved, Constantius betrayed that trust, pawning the vessels in Rome with a banker named Silvanus. Later, when Bleda and Attila suspected Constantius of other treasons, They executed him. But once Attila learned of the fate of the gold, he demanded that Silvanus be handed over for receiving stolen property that rightly belonged to him. It was to deliver Rome's response to this demand that Romulus and the other ambassadors journeyed to Attila in 449. They carried instructions from both Aetius and the Emperor Valentinian III, though Priscus pointedly named the patrician before the emperor. Their message was that Silvanus had lent money to Constantius in good faith, taking the plate as security without knowing it was stolen. He had since sold it to priests, for it was deemed impious to use consecrated vessels for private gain. If Attila refused to drop his claim, Silvanus would repay the value in coin. But Rome would not surrender a man guilty of no crime. When Priscus left the Huns' headquarters, the dispute over the Sirmium treasure was still unresolved. In conversation with Romulus and the other envoys, he learned that Attila remained firm. Unless Silvanus was surrendered, war would follow. How this affair ended, no record tells us. It may have been little more than a maneuver to reclaim the gold, but it also carried the potential to grow into a long series of petty demands, much like those the Eastern Empire had endured after its earlier treaties with the Huns. By the spring of 450, the situation stood as follows. Attila had secured his eastern frontier through the Third Treaty with the Eastern Romans. With Theodosius still relatively young, there was no expectation of renewed conflict along the Danube. In the west, Aetius remained hostile toward both the Visigoths under Theodoric and the rebellious Bagudai, but Attila had not entered into direct dealings with the Visigoths since the foundation of their kingdom at Toulouse. His relationship with Aetius and the Western court was complicated. He had long been their ally, yet the matter of Silvanus introduced a new tension. This could have been resolved easily enough if it wasn't intended as a pretext for future demands. More troubling for Aetius was that Eudoxius, once denounced in Gaul, had found refuge with the Huns. Should Attila choose to support the Bagaudae, the estates of the Roman aristocracy in Gaul could change hands overnight. What Aetius thought of this possibility remains unknown. From the vantage point of spring 450, few observers could have predicted Attila's true intentions for the following year. Yet it may be that his designs were already clear to some at the time. With hindsight, knowing that he invaded Gaul in 451 and Italy in 452, we can see why he dealt so generously with Anatolius and Nomus in their negotiations. He wanted peace in the east while he struck in the west. Early that year, he even spread word that his target would be the Visigothic kingdom in Gaul, and that he would march as an ally of Valentinian's court in Ravenna. Even if Attila announced such an alliance, it does not prove that the matter of Silvanus had been settled. If that grievance remained unresolved, it would have discouraged Aetius and Valentinian from opposing whatever Attila planned to do in Gaul. The deeper question is when he made the decision to march west at all. Shortly before spring 450, Gaiseric in North Africa had urged him to strike at the Visigoths. Yet the notion was not new. Attila seems to have contemplated it long before the Vandal king encouraged him. Why he turned his attention to Gaul remains uncertain, for no surviving source explains it. The eastern provinces still offered ample wealth to extort, and the flow of tribute from Constantinople had not dried up. Even if the Balkans were stripped of plunder, tribute meant more to the Huns than mere raiding, and the imperial treasury still held vast reserves. Marcian, who succeeded Theodosius, left 100,000 pounds of gold untouched at his death 6 years later. Attila, however, could not have foreseen that Theodosius would die only a few months after he resolved to turn his armies towards the west. Nothing suggests that in the early months of 450, Attila had already envisioned a campaign against the Western Empire in its entirety. His immediate objective was the Visigothic kingdom at Toulouse, and its destruction promised advantages for the Roman landowning class in Gaul. When Attila declared that he was marching as the ally of Valentinian and guardian of Roman friendship, there was little reason to doubt his sincerity. Yet alliance with Valentinian did not necessarily extend to Aetius. Sources hint that Attila's plans could only move forward if Aetius were removed from power. Perhaps Attila initially hoped to replace Aetius as the West's military champion, turning his honorary position as master of soldiers into a reality. If the Western government had accepted him in that role, Attila could have controlled Rome's western provinces from within. But his precise motives remain uncertain, since the surviving material does not allow us to reconstruct them fully. It is difficult to believe that the Huns marched simply to serve Valentinian or to please Gaiseric in Africa. The Huns did not risk their position in Europe for the sake of others. Their deeper reason for action can only be guessed. After deciding to strike the Visigoths, Attila reassured Valentinian that he bore no hostility toward the Western Romans, though he said nothing of Aetius, and at the same time urged Theodoric to renounce the uneasy treaty concluded a decade earlier. It was at this moment that the famous scandal of Justa Grata Honoria erupted. Honoria, sister of Valentinian, lived in Ravenna with her own household, managed by a steward named Eugenius. In 449, she began an affair with him, and rumors spread that she became pregnant. Once the intrigue was uncovered, Eugenius was executed, and Honoria was forced into marriage with Herculanus, a wealthy senator of unshakable loyalty. Furious at her fate, Honoria hatched a desperate plan. In the spring of 450, she sent her eunuch, Hyacinth, to Attila with money and her ring, begging him to rescue her from her marriage. Her motives were political from the beginning. First, she had sought to place Eugenius on the throne with herself as empress, and now she offered to make herself Attila's consort, ruling alongside him in Gaul, if not in Ravenna itself. News of this reached Valentinian quickly. Hyacinth was arrested, and, under torture, confessed everything before being executed. Theodosius advised Valentinian to hand Honoria over to Attila to avoid trouble, but the emperor chose otherwise. At the request of her mother, Placidia, who herself had once married the Gothic king Athalf, Honoria was placed in her custody. Her later fate is unknown. Attila, however, seized on her appeal, at once claiming her as his wife and demanding recognition of the union. The summer of 450 brought further developments. Not only did Attila have Honoria's ring, but he also learned that Theodosius was dead and that Marcian had become emperor of the East. One of Marcian's first actions was the execution of Chrysaphius, the eunuch minister who had championed tribute payments to the Huns. Marcian made it plain that no more gold would be sent. In response, Attila sent embassies both west and east. To Ravenna he demanded that Honoria suffer no harm, for she was his bride, and that he be granted half of the Western Empire as her inheritance. The response was sharp. Honoria could not marry him because she was already engaged, and imperial succession came through the male line, not the female. To Constantinople, he sent a demand for the resumption of tribute. Marcian's government was even firmer than Valentinian's. No tribute would be paid. Gifts might be offered in peace, but if Attila sought war, the East would meet him with equal strength. By late 450, another complication arose over the succession among the Ripuarian Franks. The death of their king had led to a quarrel between his sons. The elder turned to Attila, while the younger sought support from Aetius. Priscus, in Rome at the time, saw the young claimant with long golden hair flowing over his shoulders. Aetius adopted him as a son, while Valentinian and his court showered him with gifts. By November, it was clear that Rome in the west was preparing for an open breach with the Huns. Valentinian showed no sign of casting off Aetius, despite Attila's hostility. At this point, Attila faced a choice. He could answer Marcian's defiance by turning east or continue with his plan to attack the Visigoths. Although sources say he hesitated, he resolved to strike west first while his forces were still fresh. Marcian's boldness, though meant to strengthen Rome, nearly destroyed the eastern position in a matter of months. Attila never forgot the emperor's defiance. By the end of 450, Attila's campaign had grown larger than he first intended. What had begun as an attack on the Visigoths at Toulouse now also involved the Franks, for the majority of their people supported the younger son allied with Aetius. Thus, the Franks as a whole became his enemies. Even so, Attila continued to proclaim himself guardian of Roman friendship when entering Gaul, though he must have expected resistance from Ravenna. Gaiseric of the Vandals, skilled as ever in intrigue, certainly encouraged a blow against the Visigoths, though he provided no troops. Attila, therefore, marched out from his wooden halls on the Hungarian plain without foreign allies, relying solely on his own immense confederation of subject peoples. Early in 450, soon after the turn of the year, Attila and his Huns left Pannonia and began their march westward. Contemporary writers, overwhelmed with terror, claimed his host numbered 500,000 warriors, a figure born more of panic than of fact. That same fear echoes in the verse of Sidonius Apollinaris, a Gallic aristocrat with everything to lose should the invasion succeed. He described a torrent of peoples pouring into Gaul: the Rugians, fierce Gepids, Geloni, Burgundians, Siri, Huns, Nuri, Bastarnae, Thuringians, Bructeri, and even the Franks dwelling near the river Neckar. In his dread, Sidonius even conjured up long-vanished tribes such as the Bastarnae and Nuri, and even the imaginary Bellinoti, a name borrowed from ancient poetry. Yet hidden within this poetic exaggeration lies a kernel of truth. Sidonius may have accidentally preserved the memory that remnants of the Burgundians east of the Rhine, those who had once resisted Attila's uncle Octor, were now subdued and forced into his ranks. The rest of his catalogue rings truer. Rugians, Gepids, Siri, and Thuringians undoubtedly marched with their Hun overlords. The Ostrogoths, though not mentioned in the poem, were also present, commanded by their king Valamir and his brothers Theodomir and Widimir. As for the Ripuarian Franks, Attila had initially regarded them as enemies, since Aetius had secured the loyalty of their young claimant to the throne. But Attila could hardly ignore an enemy so close to his line of advance. His first task seems to have been to subdue these Franks, after which he pressed some of their warriors into his army, compelling them to fight alongside the other subject nations. It is quite possible, as some have suggested, that his forces crossed the Rhine near Neuwied, north of Koblenz, building rafts from felled trees on the riverbank. While the march gathered momentum, Attila revived his claim through Honoria. The West had refused to hand her over and had dismissed his demand for half of the empire as baseless. Yet as his troops advanced, he sent a new embassy to Ravenna, producing Honoria's ring as proof of their betrothal and insisting that she had inherited half of the West from her father, only to be cheated of it by her brother Valentinian. The Roman court rejected these claims outright, but Attila pressed on, swelling his army with new levies and subject peoples. Until this point, the Western Romans still clung to the hope that Attila's wrath would fall solely upon the Visigoths. That hope was shattered when he sent a final, uncompromising message. According to the historian John Malalas, a Gothic envoy delivered Attila's command to Valentinian. The emperor was to prepare his palace for his master. A similar message was carried to Constantinople. The tale, confused in names and details, nonetheless preserves the blunt tone of Attila's demand. Whatever its precise form, the threat was enough to jolt Valentinian and Aetius into action. At the last moment they resolved to resist, and, for the first time in decades, to seek alliance with the Visigoths, Aetius's sworn enemies. Meanwhile, the Visigoths had resigned themselves to standing alone. Theodoric, their king, prepared to face Attila's onslaught without Roman aid, declaring that while the Hun boasted of victories, the Goths still knew how to fight with pride. Aetius now faced his greatest diplomatic challenge. He needed not only to persuade Theodoric to bury 20 years of hostility and join forces with the Romans, but also to convince him to fight not merely in defense of his own realm around Toulouse, but for Gaul as a whole. For that, the battle needed to be fought far to the north, near the frontier. Aetius himself could hardly make such an appeal with credibility, but Avitus, who had once brokered peace with the Goths, was dispatched with a letter from Valentinian. Through his efforts, Theodoric agreed to the alliance. Thus, against all expectation, the Roman general and the Visigothic king prepared to stand side by side against Attila, the former ally of Aetius, and now his most dangerous foe. By the time Aetius finally marched out of Italy, the Gallic towns were already ablaze. One chronicler wrote that Attila with his fearsome squadrons had spread across the plains of Belgica, while Aetius came late, leading only a thin force of auxiliaries and no legions. His weakness was partly due to the famine then ravaging Italy, which made it impossible to raise a large army. When at last he joined Theodoric and the Visigoths, likely at the end of April or early May, he moved north with a host drawn from every corner of the west. Jordanus preserves a curious list of the peoples who made up this coalition. Some names, like the Leticiani and Olibriones, are obscure. The Burgundians, settled by Aetius in Savoy after their earlier defeat by his Huns, now marched for him, though their kinsmen east of the Rhine fought under Attila. The Ripuarian Franks, some of whom had escaped Attila's first onslaught, were present, along with contingents of Salian Franks long established within Roman territory. The Sarmatians, perhaps meaning the Alans, fought uneasily in the center, while Saxons from north of the Loire, possibly recognized by Rome as settlers, sent warriors. Most surprising was the presence of the Armoricans, the very peasants who had so often rebelled against imperial landowners. Sidonius claimed it was Avitus who roused them, though the details are uncertain. Attila swept through the cities of Gaul, and on 7th April seized Metz before turning toward Orléans. His move was encouraged by Sanguibanus, king of the Alans settled near the Loire, who had promised to betray the city to him. Aetius and Theodoric, warned of the plot, raced to secure Orléans before Attila arrived. They came almost too late. The Huns besieged the city fiercely, and even forced their way inside before the approach of the allies compelled them to withdraw. The citizens endured with the encouragement of Bishop Aignan, and though the details remain unclear, Attila's retreat marked a sharp setback. He pulled back across Champagne to the Catalonian plains, the open ground of modern northeastern France, where his cavalry could maneuver freely. The exact site is unknown, but tradition places it near Morica, not far from Troy. If the siege of Orléans was broken on the 14th of June, the great battle likely followed around the 20th of June. The struggle began in late afternoon, with both armies racing for a commanding hill. Neither side secured the summit, but each held part of its slopes. On the allied right stood the Visigoths, under their aging king Theodoric. Aetius and his Romans held the left. Between them were Sangibanus and his wavering Alans, whose loyalty was always in doubt. Facing them, Attila commanded the center, while his subject nations, Gepids, Ostrogoths, and others, held the wings. The opening clash cost the Huns the hill they had partly occupied. Afterward came what Jordanes described as a fierce, unyielding, and prolonged battle. In the chaos, Theodoric fell, trampled amid the fighting, his body recovered only the next day. As darkness fell, Attila withdrew behind the great wagon circle he had drawn up in advance. Later, storytellers claimed hundreds of thousands were slain, with Jordanes alone giving the astonishing figure of 165,000 on each side, plus 15,000 more in a skirmish between Franks and Gepids on the eve of the main clash. Such numbers are clearly inflated, yet they reflect the horror the battle inspired. A tale spread that the fighting was so savage that the dead themselves carried on the struggle, their ghostly combat ringing in the night air for 3 days and nights. The day after the battle, events in Aetius' camp took a curious turn. The Visigoths, furious at the death of their king Theodoric, wanted to renew the fight and starve Attila out in his wagon fortress. It was said that Attila, convinced he might be overwhelmed, had piled saddles to form a funeral pyre and resolved to burn himself alive rather than fall into enemy hands. But Aetius had no wish to see the Huns annihilated. They had been his allies for much of his career, and their mercenary squadrons had often kept the Visigoths in check. He still hoped, however unlikely it may seem, that the Huns might serve him again in the future. Moreover, the Western Empire, without them, would struggle to balance the growing power of Toulouse. For this reason, he quietly advised Theodoric's son, Thorismund, to return at once and secure his throne before his brothers claimed it. The young king accepted the advice and withdrew with his men. Aetius then spoke with the young Frankish prince whom he had recently befriended. He warned him that if the Franks' main forces were absent, Attila, retreating northwards, might easily establish the elder brother who had appealed to him the year before as king. The young ruler also heeded the counsel and returned home. Thus, Attila was allowed to retreat from Gaul unhindered. It was a calculated duplicity, but Aetius saw no other way to preserve the order he had chosen to defend, and his decision soon proved shrewd. By 451, the Danube frontier was restless again. Marcian, who had succeeded Theodosius in the east, stood firm in his refusal to continue paying tribute. Attila sent envoys demanding submission, but when the ambassador Apollonius arrived with no gold, only words, the Hun would not even grant him an audience. Attila contemptuously ordered him to hand over his gifts and threatened him with death. But Apollonius replied that if he were killed, the Huns would take spoils, not gifts. Attila let him go, but relations with the eastern court had collapsed. In September, a small Hunnic force raided eastern Illyricum, a warning of what Marcian could expect if he persisted. The emperor, anxious about his frontier, was forced to shift the great church council from Nicaea to Chalcedon, and even personally rode against the raiders, though whether he defeated them is unknown. When the campaigning season of 452 arrived, however, Attila turned his fury not eastward, but into Italy. His anger at the Western Romans was sharpened by the outcome in Gaul, for he now laid the blame for his failure squarely on them. At the same time, the separation of the Roman and Visigothic armies tempted him to strike where resistance might be weakest. News of his arrival in Italy stunned Aetius, who even considered abandoning the peninsula with the emperor. Attila's first target was Aquileia, a city famed for withstanding sieges throughout its long history. The initial assaults failed, and murmurs spread among the Huns that the campaign should be abandoned. But Attila summoned auxiliaries skilled in siege warfare, likely from among his subject peoples, and their engines eventually breached the defenses. Later generations told a tale that as Attila circled the walls in doubt, he saw storks rise from the rooftops and fly away with their young, a sign that the city's doom was near. Taking the omen, he pressed on until Aquileia was stormed, plundered with merciless cruelty, and left in ruins. So complete was its destruction that a century later men struggled even to locate the place where it had once stood. After their first success, the Huns pressed forward at full speed, and city after city fell in terror before their advance. Concordia and Altinum soon yielded, and with them vanished the peaceful landscapes once praised by Martial, who had written of Altinum's shores rivaling the luxury of Baiae and of Aquileia, resting by the waters of the Timavus. Next came Patavium, birthplace of Livy centuries before. Each of these proud cities was burned to the ground, their people dragged into captivity, too frightened even to attempt resistance. As one account grimly remarked, the Huns reveled their way through the cities of Venetia. Turning westward, they captured Vicenza, Verona, Brescia, and Bergamo, before advancing upon Milan. Both Milan and Ticinum were taken, yet for reasons unknown, they were spared the usual horrors. No massacre of inhabitants, no pillaging of wealth. It was at Milan, so the story goes, that Attila entered the imperial palace and saw a mural depicting the emperors of East and West enthroned, while slain Scythians lay beneath their feet. Furious, he forced a painter to create a new image, Attila enthroned, and before him the two emperors pouring out gold from a sack at his feet. Another tale, also connected with these campaigns, sought to explain why the Hun leader did not march across the Apennines and sack Rome itself as Alaric had done. According to this version, Attila wished at first to march on the ancient capital, but his men warned him that Alaric had died soon after plundering the Eternal City, and urged him not to tempt the same fate. Yet the real reason for Attila's withdrawal had little to do with superstition. Aetius had abandoned his earlier idea of fleeing Italy and resolved instead to sue for peace. An embassy was sent to meet Attila on the banks of the Mincius. It was led by Pope Leo, though why he was chosen remains uncertain, for it is unlikely that Attila feared the admonitions of the Church. With him went Trigetius, a former prefect experienced in delicate negotiations, and Avienus, a wealthy senator whose self-interest was notorious. According to the pious version, it was this embassy that persuaded Attila to withdraw, but other contemporary voices reveal the harsher truth. Italy was gripped by famine and plague. The land through which the Huns marched could no longer feed an army, and the devastation of previous campaigns left nothing to sustain them. Attila's forces, already weakened by losses in Gaul, were too vulnerable to disease to risk pushing deeper into the peninsula. Reports of sickness among the troops had already appeared, and to linger was to invite ruin. Meanwhile, Marcian in the east seized his chance. Offended months earlier by Attila's insults to his envoy Apollonius, he now struck across the Danube. Germanic tribes under Hunnic rule had long groaned under oppression, and with Attila's main army far away, resistance flared. An eastern commander, ironically named Aetius, led the incursion, defeated the Huns left to guard their homeland, and was rewarded with the consulship soon after. Pressed by famine, plague, and the renewed strength of the East Romans, Attila had no choice. He abandoned his campaign without ever crossing south of the Po. The empire he had built upon terror and conquest now trembled at its very foundations. As the year 453 opened, it seemed inevitable that Marcian would face Attila's fury. For 2 years, the Hun ruler had delayed striking at the Eastern Empire while dealing with affairs in the West, but now he announced his intentions clearly. He sent word to Marcian that, since the tribute promised by Theodosius had not been delivered, he would make war on the Eastern Romans and enslave their people. Yet the blow he threatened was never carried out. Before the campaign season began, Attila chose to take another wife. His bride was named Ildico, said to be of Germanic descent and famed for her beauty. The marriage may have had political motives, but nothing certain is known. After the wedding feast, Attila drank heavily late into the night. When the next day passed and he did not emerge from his chamber, his men broke down the door and found him lifeless, with Ildico sitting beside him, veiled and weeping. Attila had bled profusely from the nose in his sleep, something that had troubled him before and, dulled by drink, had suffocated. His body bore no wounds. The Huns were overwhelmed by shock. As a sign of grief, they cut their hair and gashed their faces with swords, declaring that their greatest warrior should not be mourned with tears, but with the blood of men. Attila's body was placed in a silken tent set on the wide plains where he had so often ridden to war. Around him, skilled horsemen galloped wildly in circles, a ritual display meant to gladden the spirit of their fallen lord. A funeral song was sung in his honor, preserved by Jordanes from Priscus's account. Even through multiple translations, its meaning remains vivid. Attila, chief of the Huns, son of Mundioch, lord of the bravest peoples, who with unmatched power held dominion over Scythian and Germanic realms, who terrified both Eastern and Western empires, who captured cities and accepted tribute when prayers for mercy were made. This man did not fall by an enemy's blade, nor through treachery, but died among his own, in peace, happy, and without pain. Who can call such an end death when none deems it worthy of vengeance? When the mourning ended, a burial mound was raised. His body was placed within and covered in layers, first gold, then silver, then iron. It was said the gold and silver symbolized the wealth he had extracted from both empires, while the iron marked his conquests over nations. His weapons, spoils, and precious gems were placed beside him, and those who performed the burial were slain, so the location of his grave would remain secret. One detail of the ceremony has particular interest. The word strava, meaning funeral, survives as the sole known fragment of the Hunnic tongue. Scholars have debated whether it was Germanic, Slavic, or Turkish in origin, but from this single word, no certain judgment can be made. Rumors quickly spread that Attila had not died naturally, but had been slain by his bride Ildico as he slept. Some chroniclers repeated the tale, and in later traditions of the North, the story was told that she killed him to avenge murdered brothers. Yet most agreed he died as a result of drunken excess and a fatal hemorrhage, and poets in the West mocked the conqueror's end, remarking that a captain should live with sobriety. News of Attila's death spread rapidly through Europe, greeted with relief and joy by all peoples, none more than the Romans. A legend soon arose that Marcian himself had foreknowledge of the event. On the very night of Attila's death, a heavenly figure appeared to the emperor in a dream and showed him the Huns' bow broken apart. Whether invention or belief, the story captured the spirit of the time. For those who had feared him as invincible, the bow of Attila was truly broken. And with his death, the empire he had built began swiftly to unravel. After Attila's death, his sons divided his dominion among themselves, treating the subject nations as though they were a family inheritance. A Gothic observer remarked bitterly that warlike kings with their peoples were portioned out like an estate. No one knows how many sons Attila left behind, but one account insists that through his boundless lust they had become almost a nation in themselves. This was the only known occasion when the Huns divided power in such a way, and it is telling that they cared not for the land itself, but only for the peoples who lived upon it. Even then, it seems they did not intend to break apart entirely, for Attila and Bleda had always acted in concert during their joint rule. Yet the precedent of Oktar showed what was likely to come. Once the brothers settled separately with their followers, rapid and united military action became impossible. It did not take long for quarrels to erupt among them. Some of the brothers sought to deprive others of their share, and the result was a series of battles that weakened their combined power. This internal strife paved the way for rebellion among their subject peoples. The first sparks of revolt appear to have been lit by Ostrogoths living in the valley of the Theiss, where the Huns had settled them long before. The true leader of the rising, however, was Ardaric, king of the Gepids, once Attila's trusted ally. He now inspired the Germanic tribes with what one source calls the uplifting desire for freedom. After several bloody clashes, the decisive battle came, probably in the year 455, on the river Nedao in Pannonia. The Ostrogoths did not fight, preferring to stand aside, which later brought them into bitter conflict with the Gepids. But most of the subject nations joined Ardaric's cause, including large numbers of Shiri, Rugi, Suebi, and Herals. Their victory was overwhelming. Attila's eldest son, Elik, once made governor of the Akatziri, fell in the fighting, and the Huns are said to have lost 30,000 warriors. The survivors fled across the Carpathians to the Black Sea, returning to the very lands where their ancestors had burst into Europe 80 years earlier. Even there, they found no lasting refuge. Some soon drifted back into the Theiss Valley, burning with hatred for the Ostrogoths, whom they blamed for beginning the wars that had broken their power. They struck at Valamir and his followers, calling the Goths deserters and runaway slaves. At first they caught Valamir unprepared, but the attempt ended in another crushing defeat. Only a small band under Ernak, Attila's favored younger son, escaped. With Marcian's permission, they settled at the confluence of the Danube and the Theiss. Others lingered in scattered groups, reduced to raiding bands. Some Huns were settled by the Romans themselves in depopulated frontier districts. In Dacia Ripensis, two relatives of Attila's line, Emnitsur and Ultzindur, were granted authority over the fortresses of Utus, Oiscus, and Almus. Elsewhere, bands of Huns gave themselves up and were absorbed into Roman provinces, acquiring local names such as Sacramontisi and Fossatici. Not all laid down arms willingly. In the 460s, a war band under a leader named Hormedak swept suddenly into Sardica, capturing the city before its gates could even be closed. Anthemius, son-in-law of Marcian and future emperor of the West, besieged them under harsh conditions, for his men suffered from lack of food and water. Hormedak was also desperate and eventually sallied forth in open battle, hoping to break the siege. At the outset, a Roman cavalry commander defected to the enemy, perhaps himself a Hun. But Anthemius pressed on with his infantry and won the day. Peace was granted only on the condition that the traitor be handed over. From this turbulent generation, we catch glimpses of other figures once tied to Attila's court. Orestes, who had once served in Hun councils, returned to the Western Empire and later raised his own son Romulus to the throne, remembered as the last emperor of the West. Their reign was short, for both were overthrown by Odoacer, the first barbarian king of Italy. Ironically, Odoacer was believed to be the son of Edeco, the Hun noble who had once conspired in the plot to kill Attila. Later traditions name him Idico or Adico, but scholars long agreed he was the same man Priscus had encountered years before. After Attila's death, Edeco himself joined a grand coalition of tribes determined to finish the Ostrogoths once and for all. The hatred between Huns and Goths endured, but fate was not with him. At the river Bolia in Pannonia, the Goths, now led by Theodemer and Vidimer after Valamir's death, crushed the Confederates. Edeco disappears from history after this rout, perhaps falling in battle, while his son Odoacer lived on to carve out a new future in Italy. Among Attila's many children, 2 sons stand out in the record, Dengizek and Ernak. The latter had once been seen by Priscus during the banquet held in their father's great hall, and in later years he was allowed by Emperor Marcian to settle at the meeting of the Danube and the Theiss. Dengizek at first remained in the Theiss Valley, but when he learned that the Ostrogoths had gone to war against a people known as the Sadagi, he rallied the remnants of the tribes still loyal to him, the Ultzinzurs, Angeshiri, Bitugures, and Bardor. Marching into Pannonia, they reached Bassiana, east of Sirmium, and began laying waste to the countryside. The Ostrogoths fell upon them with such force that the surviving Huns lived in dread of Gothic arms from that day forward. Dengizek vanished from the chronicles for many years after this defeat, but returned to the stage toward the end of the 460s. In 468 or 469, envoys from the sons of Attila appeared in Constantinople, seeking to heal their disputes with the Eastern Empire and reopen the market towns on the frontier. Their mission failed. Emperor Leo saw no reason to extend trade privileges to men who had brought such ruin to Roman lands. Frustration split the brothers. Dengizek pressed for war, while Ernak declined, saying he had troubles enough within his own territories. Dengizek led the campaign alone. He appeared on the Danube, where he was confronted by Anagast, commander of the Roman forces in Thrace, and son of Arnagisclus, who had often fought Attila. When Roman envoys asked Dengizek his demands, he dismissed them with contempt, and instead sent his own message directly to Leo, threatening war unless land and gold were given to him and his men. Negotiations collapsed, Dengizek crossed the river, and his final campaign began. The outcome was disaster. Defeated in battle by Anagast, Dengizek was slain, his head carried to Constantinople and paraded down the Mese before being fixed on a pole at the Xylokerkos gate. The city rejoiced, for the sight reassured them that the terror of Hun raids was at last broken. Ernak fades into obscurity after this time. The prophecy that he would restore his father's fallen glory proved false, and some have suggested he ended his life as nothing more than a forgotten mercenary in Roman service. The last known Hun raid in the 5th century struck the Danube frontier in the early reign of Emperor Zeno, but his generals beat it back with ease. Though weakened, the Huns did not disappear entirely. Some took Roman pay and entered imperial armies. Around the time of Dengizek's death, we hear of a Hun named Chelchul, a junior officer serving under the powerful Aspar. During a truce in a campaign against Goths and their Hun allies, Chelchul lured the Gothic leaders into talks. Claiming to love the truth above all else, he told them that Emperor Leo meant to grant land only to the Huns in their ranks, not to the Goths, and reminded them of the ancient hatred between their peoples. The Goths believed him, turned on their Hun comrades, and tried to massacre them. For a time, the scheme pleased Anagast, but the slaughter brought no gain. The Goths and their Hunnic allies soon realized the folly of weakening themselves, and they renewed their alliance to continue fighting the Romans. Chelchul's deception had nearly sown disaster, but in the end, failed. Other bands of Huns found service in the Western Empire. In 457, Emperor Majorian recruited them for his campaigns in Gaul and Africa, but they proved faithless. As his army gathered in Italy, only the Huns mutinied, stirred up by a leader named Tuldala, whose Germanic name suggests he was a Goth among them. The rebellion was crushed, but only after blood had been shed. 2 years later, when Majorian planned to strike at the Vandals in Africa, his ally Marcellinus of Dalmatia landed in Sicily with a force that included Huns. Again, they betrayed their employer, bribed away by Ricimer, the supposed ally of the emperor. Marcellinus was left helpless, and Gaiseric was free to focus his power against Majorian. Treachery and division had marked the Huns in the days of Attila, and in their twilight years they continued to show the same fatal weakness. It remains uncertain whether leaders such as Dengizek and Edeko ever truly believed they could revive the vast empire once commanded by Attila. Whatever dreams they may have held of uniting the Huns into a single confederacy and dominating the steppe collapsed during the turbulent years of the 460s. In those years, the historian Priscus recorded one of the most remarkable episodes in the story of the steppes. He described how ambassadors arrived in Constantinople representing the Saraguri, the Uguri, and the Onaguri. These tribes explained that they had been driven from their homes by the Sabiri, who in turn had been forced into motion by yet another people, a nation now appearing for the first time in the written record: the Avars. The Avars themselves had been pushed onward, according to the reports, by strange disasters striking the lands beyond them. The sea had surged inland, devastating the coasts, while myth told of monstrous griffins sweeping down upon human settlements and devouring all in their path. Whether these tales were believed or not, the chain of displacements was real. Each nation displaced the next, and eventually the Saraguri fell upon the Akatsiri, a people once subdued by Attila, but who had regained their independence after his death. Following a series of battles, the Saraguri conquered them, and then sought an alliance with the Eastern Romans. Their request for friendship was granted, but they were only the first wave of many peoples now surging westward. Barely a dozen years after Attila's death, the steppes were overwhelmed by fresh swarms of fierce nomads. For the scattered Huns, this meant there was no hope of reclaiming the wide pastures that had once supported their empire. Dengizek, Ernak, and their kin were forced to remain within the shadow of Rome, or on its immediate borders. Beyond lay no refuge, only the advancing tide of new and formidable tribes. Some have thought Priscus's reference to the ocean meant that this vast movement had begun far away, perhaps north of the Altai Mountains in eastern Siberia. Others have suggested it started closer, around the Aral Sea. Whatever its origin, the result was clear. The steppes had become crowded with powerful nations, and the Huns, once the terror of Europe, were reduced to a pitiful remnant, surviving only as petty raiders and cattle thieves on the margins of greater powers. The scattered bands of nomads who once roamed the steppe at the close of the 4th century could never have created the vast empire that later stretched across Central Europe had their society remained unchanged. But, as with all peoples, their way of life evolved. As their wealth increased, kingship began to emerge, and over time, the accumulation of riches transformed their world in even deeper ways. Around the year 430, Rua secured a treaty with the Eastern Romans, by which the emperor agreed to pay him a tribute of 350 pounds of gold each year. Just 5 years later, under the leadership of Bleda and Attila, this sum was doubled to 700 pounds annually. After their victories in the Balkans in 443, another treaty raised the payment dramatically. A lump sum of 6,000 pounds of gold was handed over as arrears, and the yearly tribute was trebled to 2,100 pounds. Alongside these payments, the Huns profited greatly from the ransom of Roman captives. Earlier in the century, prisoners were sold for a single gold coin. But by the 440s, the price had risen to 12. Occasionally, individual captives fetched staggering sums, as in the case of a noblewoman seized in Ratiaria, who was ransomed for 500 gold coins. To prevent any loss of revenue, strict measures ensured that no prisoners escaped before their ransom was paid. The gold tribute, however, was delivered directly to the supreme leaders. Under Bleda and Attila, and later under Attila alone, the rulers grew immensely rich while distributing rewards unevenly among their warriors. The most powerful chiefs took a disproportionately large share of plunder when cities fell, and raids into the Roman provinces brought limitless wealth. The invasions of 441 to 443 and 447 in particular flooded Hun society with booty and money. This influx of resources altered the balance of their society profoundly. Bleda and Attila were the sons of Mundiuk, brother to Rua and Oktar, and their joint rule marked the continuation of leadership within a single family. After Bleda's death, Attila ruled alone, and when he died, his empire was divided among his numerous sons as if it were a family estate. Leadership had thus become hereditary. Authority no longer rested solely on personal skill in war, as in earlier times, but increasingly on inherited wealth. An aristocracy had begun to emerge. Priscus describes Attila as an autocratic ruler even in times of peace. He appeared before his people amid their shouts of acclamation, but their loyalty was based on fear. The entire Hun nation lived in awe of him. He consulted no one when making decisions about campaigns or negotiations, not even his closest lieutenants. He judged disputes personally, standing at the door of his wooden hall, issuing quick decisions that were accepted without protest. He commanded absolute power over life and death, a striking contrast with the more limited authority of earlier chiefs. Attila had broken free from the restraints of tribal custom, and no kinship ties or national assemblies could hold him in check. He could kill members of his own family without consequence, and indeed he had slain his own brother. Many of his subjects regarded him as a god, and he encouraged this belief, strengthening his position by claiming possession of the sacred sword of the war god. Through conquest, tribute, and plunder, Attila transformed the Huns from a loose tribal confederacy into a centralized power ruled by the unchallenged will of a single man. Wealth had revolutionized their society and elevated one family into a hereditary dynasty. In Attila's dominion, there was no place for the older class of war leaders who once rose to prominence purely through personal courage in battle. Instead, we hear of his chosen companions, often called his trusted men or close associates. Some, like Edico, owed their standing to remarkable success in warfare, while others, such as Bericus, derived theirs from noble birth, which likely meant that their families had earned both honor and wealth through victories and plunder in earlier generations. At least one of these companions was not even a Hun, but a Roman. Orestes, who later fathered Romulus Augustulus, the final emperor of the Western Empire. These chosen men fulfilled a range of crucial duties. They frequently undertook diplomatic missions for their master, sometimes negotiating with envoys who ventured into the steppe, and often traveling themselves to Constantinople, where they received lavish gifts in the name of diplomacy. They were also tasked with protecting Attila personally, each taking turns to guard him during the day. Though they sometimes referred to this role as slavery, they carried it out with deep loyalty. Edico himself, though briefly tempted by a Roman bribe, quickly confessed the plot to Attila, and it is possible he never truly intended to betray him. More importantly, these companions exercised authority over portions of the empire's warriors and lands. Each was entrusted with a body of troops and with oversight of subject peoples. When Attila placed his eldest son, Elik, over the conquered Akatsiri, he was following the same pattern used with his lieutenants. Bericus is described as ruling many villages in the steppes, and others like Onagesius and Edico undoubtedly held similar positions. They governed regions of unequal size, wealth, and strategic value, and their importance was reflected in the hierarchy observed at Attila's banquets. Onagesius sat at his right hand, Bericus at his left, while lesser men, like the Roman Orestes, held places far below proven Hun warriors. These men had responsibility not only for keeping order among the subject nations, but also for extracting tribute and food. One account recalls that the Huns, who disdained farming themselves, seized the harvests of their Gothic subjects like wolves descending upon prey, forcing the Goths to labor as little more than slaves. Whether those subjected could always grow enough to sustain themselves as well as their masters is doubtful. But it was certain that the Huns never went without, even supplementing their supplies by importing grain. This system enabled them to gather larger armies than in earlier centuries, when they had relied solely on their own resources. The exact methods of collection remain unclear, but it is certain that they compelled their subjects into military service, a practice already visible in the late 4th century when newly conquered Alans were pushed to the front against the Ostrogoths, and later when Uldin invaded Thrace with Ciri fighting beside him. Attila rarely campaigned without bringing large numbers of his subject peoples, both to increase his army and to prevent rebellion in his absence. These practices reveal the harshness with which the Huns regarded their dependents. Again and again, sources describe the subjects as slaves, and after Attila's death, his heirs continued to speak of Goths as runaway slaves who had to be hunted down. In truth, the entire machinery of Attila's empire turned on these chosen men. Roman secretaries sent by Aetius, who drafted letters and kept records, were insignificant in comparison. Without his companions, Attila could not have held together such a vast and unwilling collection of peoples. The power of these lieutenants is further shown by their freedom of movement. In 449, Bericus was away from his dominions, present in Attila's camp, and even joined an embassy to Constantinople. Such absence suggests that the military force under his command was strong enough to keep his territories in line, despite the hostility of the subject population. Still, the Huns were never numerous enough to garrison their empire everywhere. Many conquered peoples were left under their own kings, but those rulers were bound in servitude to Attila. A few, however, stood nearly as equals to his companions. Ardaric, king of the Gepids, was said to share Attila's counsels because of his loyalty, and Valamir, leader of the Ostrogoths, enjoyed similar favor. For men like Ardaric, the existence of Attila's empire provided a form of security. His authority guaranteed their rule so long as they remained faithful to him. Yet most other Germanic chieftains endured a far more humiliating position. Contemporary accounts describe them as trembling at Attila's mere glance and carrying out his will instantly, like servants at his command. Even Gothic kings were forced to obey in matters of life and death, so absolute was their subjection. The empire rested on fear, loyalty bought with privilege, and the ruthless exploitation of subject peoples, and Attila's chosen lieutenants were the instruments by which his authority extended across Europe. It seems clear that part of the reason the Huns managed to hold the Goths in subjection was their willingness to cooperate with Gothic rulers. Even before the close of the 4th century, one chronicler remarked that the Goths lived under leaders of their own choosing, but these leaders held power only under the authority of the Huns. This may not have been a heroic existence for the Gothic kings, but it offered them safety. If among the Roman population it was the poorer classes who found advantage in welcoming invaders, then among the Germans it may have been the kings who played that role. Before considering the factors that eventually undermined Hunnic society, it is worth pausing to examine the place of women within this community of plunderers. For the early period, our information is scarce. One source tells us only that Hun women lived in the wagons, which served as the mobile headquarters of each band. There they passed their days sewing the rough garments worn by the men and giving birth to children. This gives the impression of a harsh, restricted existence of the kind typical for women in nomadic societies. Yet later descriptions suggest a very different reality. When Attila entered his principal settlement, women rushed out to see him, some gathering in a choir to sing songs of welcome as his horse passed by. This is hardly the behavior of secluded women kept apart from public life. On the same occasion, the wife of Onegesius emerged from her dwelling surrounded by her attendants, offering food and drink to Attila, which he accepted while still mounted, a gesture that showed his respect for her status as the wife of his closest advisor. Women were not hidden away. They mingled in public with men, and even with strangers such as the Roman envoy Priscus, who conversed freely with Attila's queen, Herica, and observed her handmaids at work on their embroidery. Even more striking is the case of one of Bleda's widows, who ruled a village after his death. Whether her authority extended only to that community or over a larger region is uncertain, but her rule stands as remarkable evidence of women exercising political authority among the Huns. Similar examples appear among related peoples. The Utiguri once had a female chieftain, and in the days of Justinian, the Sabiri were led by Boirex, who assumed leadership after her husband died. Far from being secluded, these women held positions of dignity and respect, recalling later descriptions of early Mongol and Turkic societies where widows could inherit both property and leadership until their sons were old enough to take over. The household structure of the Huns reinforces this impression. Onegesius lived in a palisaded enclosure containing not only his wife and servants, but also members of his extended clan, along with a considerable number of slaves and servant girls. This arrangement seems typical rather than exceptional. It was closely linked with the practice of polygamy, which was not limited to rulers, but seems to have been widespread. Together, these features suggest a social structure resembling what anthropologists have called the patriarchal family. In such a household, the father or male head held absolute authority over both people and property, including livestock. Yet, despite this dominance of the male, Hunnic women had not been entirely reduced to dependence. The evidence of their public presence, their occasional leadership, and their role in household organization indicates that they retained a measure of dignity unusual in many other nomadic societies. The growing wealth of the Huns, while altering many aspects of their society, had not yet changed the role of women in any profound way. What it did transform, however, was the position of the military leader. A man like Attila could only maintain authority so long as he kept his followers well supplied and richly rewarded. On the steppe, where loyalty was fluid, a strong and generous lord attracted warriors, while one who failed to provide, like Ulden earlier in the century, quickly lost them. Attila understood this perfectly. He secured loyalty by distributing the choicest spoils of war, by sending his companions on embassies to Constantinople, where they could profit handsomely, and by ensuring that booty and tribute flowed without interruption, at least until the final years of his reign. Those closest to him, his chosen captains and companions, lived in remarkable luxury. They possessed silks, Indian pearls, gold and silver plates, jeweled bridles, and fine beds covered in embroidered hangings. At banquets they dined not only on meat, once reserved for rare occasions among nomads, but also on imported delicacies such as pepper and dates. They drank wine as well as mead and beer, and their feasts, which began in the late afternoon, often continued through the night. Attila's great hall and the residences of his lieutenants were equipped with Roman-style furniture, tables, and couches, in stark contrast to the earlier generations of Huns, who lived entirely in wagons and shunned permanent dwellings. Yet this display of wealth also revealed the weakness of their society. Few of these luxuries were produced by the Huns themselves. Their economy was far too limited. While the ruling elite reveled in fine goods, many ordinary Huns still lived in poverty. As late as the mid-5th century, some clans could offer visiting Roman envoys nothing but millet, having no bread to provide. The grandeur of Hun society under Attila depended not on internal productivity, but on a steady supply of tribute, plunder, and gifts. Beyond these sources, however, there was another essential factor: trade. No nomadic people could survive solely on their herds. Exchange with settled neighbors was vital, and it was this need that first drew the Huns into contact with Roman frontier towns. Ancient writers often overlooked this reality, but it was the key to the survival of every steppe confederation. Among the Huns, the demand for linen clothing, fine skins, and especially weapons ensured constant trade with settled populations. The steppe itself lacked resources like timber and iron, and Hun craftsmanship was too limited to meet the needs of large-scale warfare. Even their bows, though crafted from horn and bone, required materials they could not always supply in abundance. This dependence was not unique to them. Centuries later, the Mongols too were forced to import arms from China and Persia when they launched major campaigns, and the Avars who succeeded the Huns openly purchased weapons from Byzantine factories. The Huns faced the same dilemma. For all their fearsome reputation, their armies could not have been equipped without the steady inflow of goods from the very civilizations they threatened. When envoys from the steppe once attempted to buy arms in imperial markets, the Romans accepted payment, promptly arrested them, and seized the weapons. This incident reveals the crucial distinction between different peoples who imported Roman goods. Germanic tribes, for example, left countless deposits of Roman weapons and armor across their lands, yet with their own forests and mines, they could have managed without such imports if necessary. Persia too sought Roman iron in the 4th century, but its armies remained formidable even without it. The Huns and later nomadic confederations such as the Avars and Turks, however, stood in a different category. Without a steady flow of imported weapons, they could not conduct large-scale wars. To arms and linen clothing must also be added grain. Roman records show that grain was imported for the Huns as early as 409, although poets sometimes claimed that the common nomads did not eat it. Likely, grain and bread were luxuries reserved for the elite, while the ordinary horsemen lived on simpler fare. Trade itself was largely managed by the ruling class, and the goods acquired, swords, clothing, grain, and a handful of luxuries, went primarily to them. In exchange, the Huns offered what nomadic peoples always had: horses, furs, meat, and, above all, slaves. Even in Attila's day, Roman envoys expected to find these commodities available for purchase whenever they visited his dominions. By this period, luxury trade had become a central pillar of Attila's empire. To understand Hun society, it is essential to recognize that this trade was more than mere prestige. It was the mechanism that bound Attila's closest followers to him. His chosen companions owed him their loyalty only because he could supply treasures on a scale none of his rivals could match. The nomads had long since moved beyond the days when leadership was temporary and no one man ruled them. Wealth had divided their society, creating a ruling stratum that thrived on gifts and luxuries. The Eastern Romans were fully aware of this dependence. Trade with Constantinople and the Danubian markets was the lifeline of the Huns. Coin finds in modern Romania tell the story clearly. Pieces from earlier Western emperors are common until the late 4th century, but after Theodosius I, Western coinage virtually disappears, while gold struck by Eastern rulers such as Arcadius, Theodosius II, Marcian, and Leo I is abundant. This suggests that the Eastern Empire enjoyed a near monopoly of trade with the steppe, a fact that later gave it great political leverage. It is impossible to know how trade shaped the rise of early Hun leaders such as Uldin or Donatus, but historians agree that the very existence of profitable exchanges between nomads and settled communities naturally encouraged the use of military power to control markets and eventually to exact tribute. For merchants in the Roman frontier towns, Hun domination may even have been welcome, since it brought a degree of order that allowed commerce to flourish. Contemporary anecdotes reveal individual traders who found themselves more prosperous under the Huns than within the empire. One renegade Greek told Priscus he had lived better among Attila's people than he ever had in the Roman city of Viminatium. Another case, decades later, records a merchant from Apamea advising Hun raiders during a campaign against Persia. Although our sources rarely dwell on trade, there can be little doubt that it was carried on at a vast scale. The enormous sums of gold paid out by the emperors in tribute must eventually have flowed back into the empire through commercial exchange. Traders, slave dealers, and frontier merchants all profited. However reluctantly, the emperors themselves viewed these payments. For many Roman subjects, the existence of the Hun Empire was not merely a menace, but also a guarantee of prosperity. Trade also left its mark on diplomacy. As early as Rua's day, Roman governments were compelled to grant market privileges to Hun envoys. Attila, in his treaties, insisted on safe and open access to Roman towns for his merchants, and in the mid-5th century, he successfully pressured the empire to relocate the principal market from Illyria to Naissus, advancing his influence deeper into the Balkans. While this demand had obvious strategic motives, it also reflected the vital importance of trade in sustaining his power. Attila himself may not have realized how decisive this issue would become for his successors, but the stability of his empire and the loyalty of his magnates rested upon it. By the mid-5th century, Hun society, as observed by Priscus, had become less a community of pastoral nomads and more a parasitic empire sustained by conquest and tribute. The evidence suggests that they no longer followed the seasonal migrations of herders, but had turned instead to ruling over other peoples and exploiting their labor. Wealth had introduced sharp differences among them. While ordinary warriors needed basic goods and a few luxuries, the elite required costly gifts and privileges to mark their superior rank. Attila secured these through relentless military pressure on both subject peoples and the Eastern Roman Empire. Without a steady supply of tribute, trading privileges, and imported weapons, it was uncertain what could hold Hun society together. One major weakness lay in the dispersal of their fighting men across a vast domain stretching from the Caucasus to the frontiers of France and Denmark. The Huns could not garrison such lands without relying on allied kings like Ardaric and other Germanic rulers whom Attila left in power. To maintain this fragile balance, he demanded the return of every Hun prisoner held by the Romans, even when the numbers were small. While he claimed this was to keep men out of the Roman army, a deeper reason was likely his need for forced labor. Like other nomadic conquerors, the Huns probably imported peasants from captured lands to cultivate the soil on their behalf, preserving the nomadic character of their own society while exploiting outsiders as agricultural workers. Captives from Syria, the Balkans, and beyond were almost certainly set to work in this way, for they had little ransom value. Attila's constant insistence on their return reflects his awareness of the fragile foundations of his rule. His military fortunes worsened in the final years. Though victorious in some battles, he suffered heavy losses against the Romans in the Balkans, was checked in Gaul in 451, and repulsed from Italy in 452 by famine and plague. His sudden death the next year left his empire divided among quarreling sons. Civil wars followed, culminating in the great defeat at the river Nadao, where many thousands of Huns perished and their eldest prince fell. With no secure way to provide their followers with wealth and prestige, Attila's former companions abandoned unity and tried to build their own power bases. The Eastern Romans, under Emperor Marcian, took advantage of this collapse. Although we lack direct proof, it is highly likely that they encouraged the subject peoples to rise after Attila's death. Two decisive measures reveal how well they understood the Hun economy. First, they closed the Danubian market towns to Hun traders, depriving them of essential imports and cutting off the flow of luxuries that sustained the loyalty of the elite. Second, Marcian outlawed the export of weapons and materials for making them, a deliberate blow aimed at a people unable to arm themselves without outside help. Together, these acts destroyed the economic basis of Hun power and ensured that no successor could restore the empire Attila had built. The contradictions in Hun society had long been evident. The more wealth Attila distributed, the greater the need for even more costly luxuries to satisfy his followers, and the wider his empire spread, the thinner his already limited manpower was stretched. By the time his sons failed at Nadao, the Huns had no productive resources of their own. They depended entirely on tribute, subject peoples, and Roman trade. Once that was cut off, their power dissolved, leaving leaders like Dengizek begging along the frontier for land and provisions. After the empire's fall, the old chaos of nomadic life returned to the steppe. Small warlords gathered bands of followers, raiding one another in endless cycles of violence and desertion. Later sources even preserve the story of a descendant of Attila, a Hun named Mundo, who wandered beyond the Danube with a gang of outlaws and robbers. Establishing himself in a ruined tower, he raided his neighbors until captured and forced into service by a Gothic king. Such tales illustrate the fate of Attila's once mighty people. Reduced from rulers of Europe to scattered raiders, their society fragmented beyond repair. Mundo was one of the few who managed to secure a future after the collapse of the Huns. Following Theodoric's death, he entered Roman service and rose to high command, becoming master of the soldiers in Illyricum by 530. In that role, he successfully defeated a band of Huns and other raiders. Few descendants of Attila could have hoped for such fortune. By this time, Hun society had reverted to something far closer to what Ammianus had described in the 4th century. Their larger confederacy had vanished, and with it the structures of empire. But the older framework of clans and tribal groups tied by blood endured. These smaller units proved resilient, often surviving the collapse of greater organizations. Shortly after Attila's death, we still hear of tribes such as the Ultzinzures, Angesiri, Bitugures, and Bardores, following his son Dengizek. One of these groups, the Ultzinzures, almost certainly took their name from Ultzindur, a relative of Attila. He seems to have been a man of some distinction during the height of Hun power, and once Attila was gone, he was able to gather a following of his own. Even after his death, the tribe that bore his name continued, showing how steppe peoples often created new clans from the memory of celebrated leaders. This process meant that, over time, the steppe became filled again with minor chieftains, men like Attila's sons, Edeko, Chelchal, or Mundo himself, each ruling only a fragment of what had once been a great empire. They fought one another, battled against neighboring tribes, or hired themselves and their bands out as mercenaries in Roman or barbarian armies. Yet no figure emerged with the authority or resources to unite them into another vast confederacy. The reason lay not only in their own fragmentation, but also in the arrival of fresh, powerful peoples moving into Eastern Europe during the later 5th century. Their appearance permanently changed the balance of power, ensuring that the Huns would never again rise to dominance. In the early years of Hun incursions, the outlook of the Roman government remains hidden from us. The records are too fragmented to reveal how the ministers of Theodosius I, or Arcadius, viewed these new enemies. Only by the 440s, thanks to Priscus, do we gain a glimpse of the motives shaping Eastern policy. Yet even here, caution is necessary. His accounts are factually reliable, but his interpretation of those facts cannot be accepted uncritically. It is hardly likely that Priscus, alone among ancient historians, wrote without prejudice or partiality. To judge his value as an interpreter, we must look closely at his own words. His social views are especially revealing. During his stay in Attila's camp, Priscus encountered a Greek merchant who had once prospered in Viminacium before its fall in 441. Captured by the Huns, he had been taken by Onegesius, one of their leaders, since Hun custom dictated that wealthy captives were assigned to the chiefs, who could profit more from their ransom. This man had fought bravely for his new master against the Romans in several campaigns and bought back his freedom with the spoils he gained. By the time Priscus met him, he had taken a Hun wife, fathered children, and lived in greater comfort among the Huns than he had once enjoyed in the empire. He explained that life under Roman rule had been far worse. In war, citizens perished because of incompetent generals and the lack of armed resistance among the population. In peace, life was crushed by heavy taxes and by the corruption of the courts. Wealthy offenders could evade justice, while the poor suffered its full weight, enduring endless lawsuits and being forced to spend their meager resources on bribes. Voices like his are rare in the sources. Merchants and traders of the late empire seldom speak to us. But here, when they do, they expose the empire's deepest problems: oppressive taxation, military incompetence, and corrupt justice. The question is how Priscus responded. Other writers, such as Ammianus or Olympiodorus, had denounced these injustices with anger, but Priscus's answer was strikingly different. He replied with philosophical platitudes, claiming that the Roman constitution had been wisely framed. Some were destined to guard the laws, some to bear arms, and some to farm the land and feed the rest. The law courts, he insisted, were fair, and the delays in trials were caused only by judges concerned to avoid rash verdicts. Justice, he argued, favored no class, for even the emperor was bound by the laws. This lofty response bore little relation to reality, as his contemporary Theodoret made clear when he wrote that the poor man feared judges and courts above all else, for the system weighed doubly hard upon him. Priscus went further, claiming that Roman masters treated their slaves more kindly than Attila treated his subjects. Romans, he said, corrected their slaves as fathers or teachers corrected children, an idea echoed by Theodoret, who described masters as benefactors and slaves as naturally loyal to them. But this comparison only highlighted how detached Priscus was from the harsh realities around him. His lofty reply, modeled on the style of Socratic debate, sounded wise but was empty of truth. Instead of acknowledging corruption and oppression, he chose complacency and defended the established order. Such an attitude might have pleased Augustus, who once remarked that anyone wishing to preserve the existing order unchanged was a good citizen and a good man. But in the crumbling world of the 5th century, such complacency was indefensible. Priscus may faithfully recount the events of his age, but his refusal to confront its social realities casts doubt on his ability to understand the world he described. When we turn from Priscus's social outlook to his political judgments, a clear pattern emerges. Although his surviving comments are not numerous, they consistently reveal his attitudes. He showed little regard for high-ranking officials who, in his view, failed to act with firmness. Senator, consul in 436, and later a patrician at the Council of Chalcedon, is treated with contempt because, though entrusted with an embassy, he lacked the courage to travel to Attila's camp by land and instead sailed to meet the military commander at Odessus. Similarly, Theodulus and Anatolius are sharply criticized for their submissive behavior when negotiating with Attila. Anatolius, despite a distinguished career that included major military commands, a consulship, and even public works in Antioch, is portrayed as weak when he and Nomus bribed Attila to secure peace. Nomus himself, once one of the most powerful officials at the court of Theodosius II, also falls under this shadow. For Priscus, these men represented a policy of appeasement tied to the influence of the eunuch Chrysaphius, and this policy he regarded as cowardly. He accuses the entire administration of Theodosius II of obeying Attila as though he were their master. Yet Priscus is not entirely unfair. He admits that the government faced enormous difficulties at the time. with threats from Persia, the Vandals, the Isaurians, the Saracens, and even the Ethiopians. Still, his description makes it clear that he regarded such a catalogue of crises as an indictment of poor policy, and he concludes with the scathing observation that the government had humbled itself before Attila. By contrast, he lavishes praise on those who resisted the barbarians with courage. Apollonius, a supporter of Zeno, is warmly commended for his bold defiance of Attila during his embassy in 450. The citizens of Assemus, who dared to attack and defeat a group of Attila's warriors in 443, are described in detail and with admiration. The same attitude appears in his approval of a bishop named Bleda, who spoke defiantly to the Vandal king Gaiseric, and in his admiration for Aegidius, whose determined defense of the Western Empire against the Goths impressed him deeply. But his most glowing tribute is reserved for Euphemius, master of the offices under Marcian. Priscus credits him with guiding the emperor's policies and initiating the beneficial reforms of the reign, including the decisive break with the policy of Chrysaphius. Subsidies to the Huns were stopped, and a stronger, more assertive stance was adopted. It is revealing, too, that Priscus raises no objection to the trickery employed by Roman generals such as Anagast and Kelchel, who set Goths and Huns against one another through deceit. He shows no moral qualms about the concealment of the true purpose of Maximinus's embassy, which included the plan to assassinate Attila. Most strikingly, he even echoes the view expressed by the men of Assemus that swearing a false oath in order to save one's own people is not true perjury. From all this, it is clear that Priscus admired boldness and uncompromising resistance above all else. Anyone who faced the barbarians with firmness won his approval, while those who yielded or relied on bribes stood condemned. His patriotism, however, came at a cost. In his eagerness to applaud courage, he was willing to excuse deceit and treachery, practices which earlier Roman writers would have denounced as dishonorable. Can we take the inquiry further and ask what lay behind Priscus' patriotism? The reign of Marcian strongly favored the landed aristocracy. True, Marcian himself declared that the emperor's task was to care for the welfare of humankind, but in practice, he meant primarily the interests of the great landowners. As one contemporary put it, his policy was to leave untouched the fortunes of the wealthy. His legislation largely reinforced their position. He reduced the number of senators liable for the costly office of praetor and abolished the tax on senatorial estates. With such measures in mind, it is striking that modern historians often repeat the verdict that Marcian was one of the best emperors to rule in Constantinople. For the senatorial class, this may have been true, but others were not so well served. By contrast, the merchants and traders were those who stood to gain from the earlier policy of subsidies and trade agreements with the Huns. Priscus's hostility to Theodosius II and to the policy of the eunuch Chrysaphius seems closely connected with his own attachment to the interests of the landowning elite. One fragment of Priscus is especially revealing. He describes the aftermath of the Hun invasion of 441 to 443, when new taxes had to be imposed to pay the large sum promised to Attila in the Treaty of 443. Priscus dismisses the government's claim that the treaty was voluntary, insisting it was made under duress. He complains bitterly about the way the money was raised, denouncing in particular the burden laid upon senators. His account paints a dramatic picture. Wealthy families reduced to selling their furniture and their wives' jewelry in the marketplace, and some driven to suicide by hunger or despair. Yet this seems highly exaggerated. the lump sum owed to Attila was 6,000 pounds of gold. Even if there were fewer than 1,000 senators in the East, many of them had annual incomes measured in tens of thousands of solidi. Such men should have been able to meet the obligation without ruin. The story of families pawning their ornaments looks more like rhetorical flourish than sober fact. Indeed, payments of this kind were neither unusual nor regarded as intolerable. A generation later, Leo I agreed to pay Theodoric Strabo 2,000 pounds of gold per year, and in 478, Zeno gave Theodoric another immense subsidy in gold and silver. In both cases, there was no sign of outrage in Constantinople. Marcian himself was not opposed to giving money to barbarians, so long as it was treated as a gift rather than tribute, and he spent freely on his eastern frontier. The truth seems to be that Priscus objected less to the sums themselves than to the way they were raised. His sympathies lay with the senators, and his history reflects their grievances. If we compare the burden of 6,000 pounds of gold with the staggering expense of Leo's failed expedition against the Vandals in 468, more than 100,000 pounds, it becomes clear that the earlier payment could not have bankrupted the senatorial order. Marcian, far from finding an empty treasury, left behind a surplus of gold. The dramatic picture drawn by Priscus belongs more to the conventions of rhetorical history than to economic reality. His description of senators forced to sell their household goods and their wives' ornaments echoes a similar line used earlier by another historian about the reign of Theodosius I. In this case, it seems Priscus borrowed the phrase to sharpen his indictment of Theodosius II. In truth, the senatorial class kept its wealth, and their wives kept their jewelry. The policy pursued by Theodosius II and his minister Chrysaphius in 443, when they raised funds to satisfy Attila's demands, placed the main burden on the senatorial aristocracy. Yet this approach had the advantage of sparing the wider population of the eastern provinces from heavier taxation. How else could such a vast sum have been raised without causing widespread misery? There is a useful precedent from earlier in the century. In 408, Alaric demanded payment for services rendered, but the imperial treasury was empty. Since peace was essential and regular taxation could not provide the money quickly enough, the government of Honorius proposed a special levy on those with ready wealth. The senators. The Senate debated whether war should be declared against the Goths, but in truth, everyone knew that if Alaric's terms were accepted, the aristocracy would bear the cost. Stilicho defended the policy of buying peace, arguing that it was far less dangerous and far less expensive than a campaign whose outcome was uncertain. The majority accepted his reasoning, though not without resentment, and 4,000 pounds of gold were voted to Alaric. One senator, Lampadius, famously cried out that this was not peace, but slavery. His outburst reflected more concern for his own purse than for Roman honor. It is hard to escape the conclusion that many Eastern senators felt the same in 443. They understood the logic of Theodosius's decision, but accepted it grudgingly, driven as much by fear of Chrysaphius as by conviction. The difference was that in the East, a handful of senators, Anatolius, Nomus, Senator, and others, supported the policy even though it meant personal loss. Their opponents, however, later found their voice through Priscus. This perspective forces us to reassess Priscus's supposed patriotism. His hostility to the weak foreign policy of Chrysaphius had less to do with national honor and more with loyalty to a social class whose wealth was threatened. His concern was not for the empire as a whole, but for the landed elite. In this respect, his outlook was narrower than that of earlier historians like Olympiodorus, who openly criticized the extreme inequalities of wealth, or Ammianus, who, though linked to senators himself, was uneasy about their vast fortunes and their grip on politics. Priscus's attitude is closer to that of Malchus of Philadelphia, who later condemned Emperor Leo I for paying subsidies to barbarians, even though Leo's policies brought peace and, as some admitted, earned him the admiration of the common people. Seen in this light, Priscus' attack on the policies of Theodosius II and Chrysaphius is marked by bias and partiality. The strategy of 443 was intended to place the extraordinary burdens of empire on those best able to carry them, and there is little reason to believe that it crushed the senatorial order, as Priscus implies. On the contrary, if Theodosius and Chrysaphius had truly ruled as tyrants, the emperor's memory would not have been fondly remembered generations later, when the Greens still invoked his name in the year 583. Even Priscus himself, despite being an opponent of Chrysaphius, was forced to acknowledge the broad support that the eunuch enjoyed at the height of his power in 449, when threats from Attila and Zeno endangered his life. Priscus noted that everyone gave him good wishes and support. That such a testimony came from an enemy makes it all the more significant, and it undermines the case Priscus was otherwise trying to build against Theodosius' minister. It might be argued that Theodosius should not have relied on paying off Attila, but ought to have faced him directly in battle, bringing an end to the constant demands for tribute. Yet such criticism ignores the fundamental imbalance between an agricultural empire like Rome and a mobile nomadic power like the Huns. As early as the 5th century BC, Herodotus had pointed out that nomadic peoples living in wagons, moving freely across the plains, fighting entirely as mounted archers, and feeding themselves from their herds, were almost impossible for a settled state to subdue. A nomadic population could vanish with little effort, taking their possessions with them and leaving an invading army with nothing to capture or plunder. Moreover, the expense of mounting a punitive expedition was immense, while the likely gains were minimal. This problem was not unique to Rome. The Chinese court, for centuries, debated whether the steppe nomads to their north should be fought or appeased with gifts. The most prudent voices generally argued against large-scale invasions, since they tended to end in failure and devastation. In fact, throughout their history, the Romans almost never attempted punitive campaigns against the Huns. The sole exception came in 452, when Marcian sent troops into Hun territory, while Attila's main forces were occupied in Italy, hoping to stir rebellion among the Germanic tribes left under Hun rule. No such opportunity had ever presented itself to Theodosius. To condemn him for failing to send expeditions across the Danube is to ignore the realities he faced. The costs would have been crushing, the results negligible, and the danger of catastrophic losses all too real. Even though Attila's reliance on fixed tribute and food supplies in Central Europe reduced some of his mobility, he could still afford to abandon certain regions temporarily, while on the open steppe he could easily annihilate a Roman army. And any Roman offensive would almost certainly have provoked Hun retaliation, bringing ferocious raids that devastated farmland and depopulated whole provinces. The difficulties of dealing with Hun prisoners reveal the same dilemma. In 409, when Uldin invaded Thrace with a force of Syri allies, many of the Syri were captured after their defeat. Sozomen records that the Romans could neither keep them concentrated in Thrace nor easily dispose of them. Some were sold cheaply, others given away on condition they not remain in Europe, while large numbers were sent to work as tenant farmers on imperial estates in Bithynia. If even the Syri created such difficulties, Hun captives would have been more troublesome still. They were useless as agricultural laborers, and the only realistic hope was that they might serve as mercenaries. But the citizens of Asamus, when they captured Hun attackers, immediately executed them, showing that even as soldiers, they were seen as too dangerous to keep alive. Against this background, it is misleading to dismiss the policy of Theodosius and Chrysaphius as weak. Subsidies were not a matter of choice, but of necessity. Marcian's later intervention in 452 was only possible because of the new circumstances created by Attila's decline, not because he had adopted a fundamentally stronger policy. Theodosius's measures after the disasters of 441 to 443 show a government adapting to harsh realities. A capital levy on senators was designed to avoid heavier burdens on the general population, who were already suffering from poor harvests, disease, and earthquakes. The invasion of 447, whose cause remains uncertain, does not prove incompetence on the part of Theodosius or his ministers. The unfavorable picture of this policy owes much to the perspective of Priscus. His ties to Maximinus, and especially to Euphemius, who under Marcian reversed the earlier approach, influenced his interpretation. Although not himself of the highest rank in Constantinople, Priscus sympathized with the landed elite who had borne the brunt of the extraordinary levies, and he resented a policy that shielded the wider population at their expense. His lack of military understanding made him less capable of grasping why subsidies were not only practical, but essential. In reality, the measures of Theodosius and Chrysaphius were designed to protect the majority of the population from even greater suffering, while their critics, speaking through the pages of Priscus, represented the grievances of a single privileged class. If the government of Theodosius, guided by Chrysaphius, really acted with the interests of the broader population in mind, why then does the historical tradition almost unanimously condemn the eunuch? The reason is not difficult to uncover. The principal authority for this period was the history written by Priscus, and his work, while detailed, was far from impartial. Later historians relied heavily on him, repeating his judgments without question. Most of these later writers were Orthodox Christians who already viewed Theodosius and Chrysaphius with hostility, not only because of politics, but also because of religion. Theodosius in his later years, and Chrysaphius even more openly, were supporters of the controversial monk Eutyches, which made them objects of suspicion and dislike in the eyes of the Orthodox majority. Thus, when these historians encountered Priscus's harsh criticisms, they accepted them readily and wove them into their own accounts. It is important, however, to notice that not every contemporary shared this hostility. Socrates, the church historian, praises Theodosius warmly. It would have been unsafe for him to publish direct attacks on a reigning emperor, but if he had been critical, he could at least have toned down his approval. The fact that he did not suggests genuine respect. Nestorius, by contrast, condemned Theodosius fiercely for personal reasons. His testimony, however, also sheds light on why many Orthodox writers disliked the emperor. In order to raise the gold demanded by Attila, Theodosius, through Chrysaphius, compelled the church to contribute. Flavian, Patriarch of Constantinople, complied reluctantly and publicly dramatized his displeasure. When pressed for payment, he claimed poverty, saying that even if the church sold all its property, it would not meet the required sum. Finally, he declared that he would melt down the sacred vessels themselves, which he proceeded to do in public to stir resentment. Theodosius, however, merely insisted that he wanted the gold owed to the state, regardless of its source. In truth, the emperor's claim was not unreasonable. The empire had been struck by famine, plague, earthquakes, and repeated invasions, and every resource was needed for survival. One might argue that the Church, which had benefited from imperial generosity in the past, had a moral duty to share the burden in this time of crisis. Flavian's theatrical protest created bitterness, but it should not obscure the fact that the government was struggling to keep the population alive in the face of overwhelming disasters. This background explains why most Orthodox Christian writers painted Theodosius and Chrysaphius in such a negative light. Yet Monophysite authors present a different picture. Zachariah of Mytilene spoke of Theodosius with respect and saved his bitterness for Marcion. John Malalas, also sympathetic to Monophysite views, described Theodosius as loved by the people and admired even by the Senate, though this last point was surely an exaggeration, since the landowning class had little reason to cherish him. It is therefore difficult to accept the sweeping condemnation of Chrysaphius. John Malalas even notes that Theodosius valued him personally, describing him as attractive and well-favored. In the end, Chrysaphius lost his life when a new, senator-friendly emperor came to power. Accusations of extortion were inevitable, for in the late empire any minister could be charged with exploiting the oppressive tax system. What truly sealed his fate was not corruption, but the fact that his policies had run against the interests of the aristocracy. His financial measures had shifted burdens away from ordinary taxpayers, favoring the wider population at the expense of wealthy landowners. The ultimate failure of his religious policy alienated much of the populace and helped prepare the way for future disaffection in the eastern provinces. Yet the tradesmen and artisans of Constantinople remembered Theodosius with affection long after his death, even into the late 6th century. The consistently negative portrait handed down to us owes more to the hostility of the senatorial class, and to Priscus in particular, than to any fair assessment of his government. We have now attempted to piece together the story of the political and military activities of the Huns, from their first assault on the Ostrogoths to the disappearance of Attila's sons after his death. Alongside this, we have tried to sketch the society in which the Huns lived, the changes it underwent, and the reasons for its collapse. Yet in both efforts we have been severely handicapped by the poverty of the evidence. We know almost nothing of the scale or structure of the Hun Empire in the years immediately before Bleda and Attila took command, and we lack precise details about the role played by Attila, or even Rua, in building and expanding it. Likewise, when we turn to Hun society, our information is drawn only from scattered remarks. Without a few stray words from Priscus, for example, we would know nothing about their family life, nor would we have any direct testimony that they extracted food from their subjects, though such a practice might have been guessed from the circumstances. It is unlikely that any new literary sources will appear, and archaeology seems unlikely to provide dramatic discoveries in the near future. So it is worth setting down some general conclusions. First, we must examine the widespread belief that Attila was a man of genius, a towering figure whose personality alone held the Hun Empire together. Second, we should consider the broader significance of the Huns' impact on Europe. What difference did it make that they clashed with Goths and Romans, rather than directing their strength against Persians or Indians? The common opinion that the Hun ascendancy rested solely on Attila's genius cannot be sustained. It is untrue to say there was no Hun Empire before him. Even though sources stress that he ruled over more nations than any of his predecessors, the same accounts imply that the realm of Rua and Oktar was already vast and powerful. Only a few years after Akhtar was active near the Rhine, Rua was interfering in Italian politics and threatening the Romans on the Danube. Their reach was already immense. Attila, therefore, did not create his empire from nothing, as Chinggis Khan later did with the Mongols. Rather, he inherited a large and developed confederation. The men who built this framework, Rua and his brothers, deserve as much credit for the Hun ascendancy as Attila himself, just as Chinggis deserves credit for the successes of his heirs. Nor can it be maintained that the empire's collapse after Attila's death was inevitable. Chinggis Khan had heirs able to preserve and expand his dominion. There is no reason in principle why the Huns might not have produced successors of similar caliber. The rise and fall of their power cannot be explained solely by the abilities of one man. What then was Attila's supposed genius? Was he a master of war? The evidence does not compel such a conclusion. He defeated the Eastern Romans in 441 to 443. But in 441, there was scarcely any opposition. And in 443, he faced troops hurriedly shifted from Sicily, who had already been demoralized by years of inaction. In 447, when he met a fully prepared Eastern army, he won, but at the cost of heavy losses. The brief ancient description of the battle on the river Utus gives no hint of brilliant strategy. Even if we grant that he twice bested the forces of the East in open combat, this hardly proves exceptional generalship. 2 victories over an army weakened by internal divisions and reliant on reluctant peasants do not establish him as a military genius. His real test came in Gaul. There, facing Western Germans whose society was still relatively united, he failed. The legend of saddles piled into a funeral pyre on the plains of Champagne, whether true or not, symbolizes defeat rather than triumph. On ground he himself had chosen, commanding an army at the peak of its power, he failed against a coalition of uneasy allies, undone by the determination of free warriors. If not a great general, was Attila a brilliant diplomat? Again, the evidence suggests otherwise. His campaign in the West might well have succeeded had he handled his preparations wisely. In 449, 3 conditions were essential. He needed to keep the Visigoths and Western Romans divided, to manage the appeal of Honoria with caution, and to prevent his enemies from closing ranks. He began by planning to strike the Visigoths while posing as an ally of Ravenna, a shrewd idea given the ability of Aetius. But he mishandled Honoria's appeal so clumsily that it brought Visigoths and Romans together against him. Considering the strained relations between Ravenna and Toulouse in the decades before 451, such unity was far from inevitable. Attila's diplomacy, rather than his military failures alone, helped create it. Only a blunderer of the highest order could have driven Attius and Theodoric into one another's arms, yet Attila managed to do just that. This was not a masterstroke, but a grave mistake. A second error was his failure to make use of Gaiseric. The Vandal king was eager for Attila to attack the Visigoths, and could have been an invaluable ally. Coordinated naval assaults on Italy in 452, or even on Gaul in 451, might have decisively supported Attila's land campaigns. Yet there is no sign that Attila tried to rouse Gaiseric, a man who had built his life around attacking the Western Romans. Few leaders in history have squandered such a willing and capable partner. The third and most telling reason why Attila cannot be called a brilliant diplomat lies in his handling of Eudoxius. After fleeing to the Huns in 448, Eudoxius disappears from the record. Had Attila placed himself at the head of the peasant rebels in Gaul, both Visigoths and Romans might have been swept aside within months. Instead, the Armoricans, who could have been his allies, fought alongside Aetius at the Catalaunian plains. The case is therefore reduced to absurdity. Attila could never have posed as the champion of oppressed peasants. For him, peasants were simply resources, little different from the dependents of his German vassal kings, producers of food and livestock to sustain his warriors. He had no desire to overthrow the landed order. He himself was perhaps the greatest landholder in Europe. Attila's talents were limited by the limitations of the society that shaped him. A true diplomatic genius could not emerge from a people whose social structure made lasting alliances impossible, and no Roman or German leader can seriously have thought otherwise. If we still insist that so imposing a figure must have possessed some measure of greatness, we may turn to Mommsen's view that Attila's real achievement lay in strengthening central authority among the Huns. Absolute certainty is impossible, since we do not know exactly how the role of military leader evolved between Rua's time and Attila's. Still, the contrast is striking. Rua, until the last years of his life, shared his power with his brothers Octar and Mundiuk. Even after Octar's death in 430, Rua could not force every Hun tribe into submission. Groups such as the Amilzuri, Itimari, Tunsures, and Boishi sought to preserve the independence they had enjoyed before Rua's confederacy, and he died before he could bend them fully to his will. Attila, by contrast, faced no such limits after he killed Bleda in 445. By the time Priscus visited him in 449, his rule was absolute and unquestioned. It is hard to believe that the Huns under Rua had yet surrendered so completely their fierce sense of independence. In this light, Mommsen's judgment seems sound. Attila's strength lay in perceiving the direction in which Hun society was evolving, and in realizing that unity under one unquestioned leader could turn the Huns into a uniquely powerful instrument for exploiting the peoples of Central Europe. Without such unity, they might have faded away like many nomadic groups before them. Attila not only saw this potential, but succeeded in giving it form. He may not have invented the institution of chosen companions, for leaders before him seem to have had similar retainers, but he almost certainly developed it and shaped it into its final structure. Instead of depending on unruly tribal chiefs, he built his power on loyal vassals like Onegesius, Bericus, and Edico, men personally bound to him without the distractions of tribal allegiance. Although we lack a full description of Hun society under Rua, and must therefore speak with caution, it is reasonable to believe that Mommsen's assessment is broadly correct. Yet even if we credit Attila with strengthening central authority, we must also recognize that it was Rua who laid the groundwork for his nephew's power. Before considering the long-term consequences of the Huns for European history, it is important to stress a fact that emerges repeatedly. The survival of the Hun Empire quickly became a vested interest in many parts of Europe. In the West, Aetius, the defender of the aristocracy, relied almost entirely on Hun auxiliaries between 425 and 439, supplied by Rua and Attila, and he maintained cordial relations with the Hun leaders up until the campaign in Gaul in 451. Even after that, he seems not to have believed the Huns would ever seriously threaten Italy. He probably imagined that cooperation with Attila would continue for years after the Battle of the Catalaunian Plains. Otherwise, it is hard to explain his astonishing failure to guard the Alpine passes in 452. The great landowners, whose interests Aetius defended, must have felt the same way. Avitus complained of Hun lawlessness on his estate in 436, and the invasion of 451 was terrifying. But who besides the Huns could protect aristocratic estates against Visigoths, Burgundians, and Bagaudae? It is reasonable to conclude that in the 400s and 30s and 400s and 40s, the landholding class of the West was inclined to see the Hun Empire as a useful ally. Still, not all men agreed. Some criticized Aetius in 447 for doing nothing to attack the Huns when they struck the Eastern Empire. Their voices were raised again in 452, when Attila crossed the Julian Alps unopposed. These critics likely shared the views of Salvian, who declared that it was better to live in exile among the Huns than to remain a poor man under Roman rule. In the east, the picture was different. The landowners there wanted Attila destroyed, and when Marcian took power in 450, promising to safeguard the wealth of the rich, military action soon followed that contributed to the collapse of Hun rule in Central Europe. It was not the aristocracy, but the merchants, traders, and manufacturers who supported Theodosius's earlier policies. The reason is clear. Stable relations with the Huns allowed commerce to flourish. The situation recalls the merchants who rushed to Mongolia after Genghis Khan established order, eager to profit from his new empire. In the same way, East Roman merchants must have welcomed the stability created by Attila. Even before the Huns arrived, frontier towns along the Danube relied on trade with the Visigoths, whose survival depended on it. When Valens cut off trade in the 360s, Athanaric quickly sought peace because his people faced famine. Compared with the Visigoths, however, the Huns were far better customers, receiving over 2,000 pounds of Roman gold each year. Consider the case of Eustace, the Syrian merchant from Apamea. Under Attila, he could have traveled securely from the Caspian to the Rhine with his goods, but after the empire collapsed, he was forced to join a ragged band of Huns on the Persian frontier, hoping for scraps from their raids. He must have longed for the relative safety of Attila's reign. It is even possible that some Germanic kings were content under Attila's overlordship. If they were dissatisfied, they failed to recognize the advantages their situation offered. But in all this, we must note one essential fact. The Huns released no new social or productive energies. They did not transform the position of the peasantry, as some Germanic rulers and eventually the Eastern emperors themselves would do. Still, it may be that they played an indirect role in preserving the East at a critical moment. In all ancient societies, the concentration of land into the hands of a few was a constant danger. In the West, this process paralyzed the government and helped bring about collapse. In the East, however, the aristocracy faced counterbalance from wealthy merchants and craftsmen. The Hun Empire, together with the policy of Theodosius and Chrysaphius, seems to have strengthened this commercial class at the expense of the landowners. When the social history of the Eastern Empire is more fully explored, it may appear that the Hun ascendancy helped delay the eventual triumph of the great estates, which after many struggles did prevail in the end. Of course, the picture was not simple. The merchant of Viminatium, ruined when his city fell, had little reason to bless Theodosius, and the invasions of 441 to 443 and 447 devastated frontier trade. Yet he had prospered during the earlier decades, something that would not have been possible had Marcian, with his aggressive policies, ruled in the 400s and 30s. Despite the destruction of border towns, commerce continued, for the Huns could not survive without it. In the end, we may ask, who really benefited from the 2,100 pounds of gold paid yearly to Attila? The Huns demanded it because they intended to spend it. Inevitably, much of that wealth flowed back into the Eastern Empire through trade. The question of the impact and meaning of Hun power has been debated by historians, most notably Bury, whose conclusions have been widely accepted by others. He argued that the Hun Empire actually slowed the process of Germanic fragmentation of Rome, and he gave two main reasons. First, by conquering and controlling the Germanic peoples of Central Europe, the Huns eased pressure on the Roman frontiers for many years. Although the Huns themselves carried out devastating raids into Roman provinces both east and west, Bury believed these were no worse than what the Germans would have inflicted had they remained unchecked. After the early 5th century, Italy was virtually free from barbarian invasions coming from the Danube basin, with the exception of Attila's campaign in 452. Likewise, after the fall of the usurper John in 425, German raids into Gaul became less frequent thanks to Hun domination of the tribes that had previously threatened the Roman frontier. Second, the Romans, especially in the west, were able to employ Hun auxiliaries in large numbers. However disruptive they may have been socially, these warriors were, as Bury put it, an invaluable asset in battles against Visigoths, Burgundians, and other German enemies. In this respect, Bury's view aligns with earlier conclusions. The Huns did not accelerate Rome's collapse, but in some ways delayed it. Yet this argument needs adjustment. While it is true that Attila held the Germans in check during his lifetime, the same cannot be said of the years before his rise or after his death. Without the Huns, it is unlikely that Europe would have experienced the two massive upheavals that reshaped the continent around 376 and 405. These two moments mark turning points in Rome's decline. When the Goths crossed the Danube and shattered a Roman army at Adrianople, and when the Vandals, Alans, and Sueves broke across the Rhine, the empire was transformed into something utterly different from the age of Julian just a few decades earlier. Both invasions were triggered by the westward drive of the Huns, which forced the Germans deeper and faster into Gaul, Spain, and eventually Africa than would otherwise have been possible. Consider the case of Alaric. Without the Huns pushing from behind, he might have been able to establish his followers in the fertile lands north of the Danube. Instead, driven by desperation and unable to retreat, he wandered restlessly, half an ally and half an enemy of Rome, always seeking secure farmland for his people. His dramatic sack of Rome in 410 has captured the imagination of history, but his career was really a story of being trapped without options. Similarly, after Attila's death, the Ostrogoths were left destitute by their long subjugation under the Huns. Starvation forced them to demand land and payments from the Romans. Had they been left to prosper in their original territories north of the Danube and in southern Russia, they might have maintained a stable existence for generations, dominating the peoples who once belonged to Ermanaric's empire. Thus, while Hun dominance may have slowed German expansion between about 430 and 455, it had the opposite effect both before and after. Without the Huns, there would not have been a Visigothic kingdom in Gaul, an Ostrogothic kingdom in Italy, or a Vandal kingdom in Africa so early in history. These states would no doubt have emerged eventually, but their appearance would have been delayed. The Huns held sway in Europe for less than a century, but in that short time, their impact was profound. Their influence on Western development was undeniable, and they may even have affected the East more than we realize. Yet all their effects were indirect, the result of driving other peoples into Roman lands and shaping patterns of trade. They contributed nothing directly to European progress. Unlike the Germans, Persians, or Arabs, they offered no cultural or institutional legacy. They were plunderers and raiders. One observer summed up their role with brutal clarity. Scorning agriculture themselves, they seized the food supplies of the Goths like wolves, reducing them to the condition of slaves, laboring to feed their Hun overlords.